All right. Putting this, muting, dismissing. Let's go. All right. We are set up. Ow. Difference in power is starting. Oh, yeah, I need to increase the brightness. The difference in power now is startling. I don't think I've ever done this much damage to these guys. And they're always caught right on the edge of that. Need to get my stone ring out so I can stagger people. Wait. Can I hit that from here? With the knives? I can. No, wait. Why is life so difficult when you have only your bare hands? I guess I just answered my own question. Wait, maybe this will do it. Got it. Haha. Flash radius always does the job. Alright, 2 random rings that are not really going to help me. I was really hoping for the lightning ring. Oh, my mistake. I went the wrong way with that one. Some idiot was just calling me. That was weird. Crap. I spent so much time playing Lies of P. My jump controls are all messed up. Average Dark Souls 2 fan. Oh, hello, E-Master. How you doing? Whoa, shit. Can I not? Oh, wait. I'm gonna have to unpower stance this one. Yeah, I don't think I can hit them with a barehanded build. If I was any other build, I'd be able to hit that pretty easily, but I cannot land hits with my fists on that statue. Unfortunately. nearly enough stamina right now. Okay, I guess this is how we're doing things. Okay. Damn it, I keep forgetting what the jump controls are. This is what I get for playing a different Souls game. Oh. It's bad enough I'm getting destroyed by my controller not obeying me. Because for some reason it collectively decided with the rest of my controllers to stop functioning on the analog. Or one of the analogs. But now I have to worry about having muscle memory in another game. That's concerning. I can say for certain that after I finish playing through ds2 and all its DLC, I am going to get a new controller before I start ds3 and then do ds1. I am not going to play that with this controller analog stick. It's still been a good experience even with the controller mess-ups, but man, oh man, it's just made me rather upset. There we go. I do need some human effigies. I'd like to have a little bit extra health. Well, actually, technically I don't, because I do have good defense even without that. Damn it, I misjudged that range. Of course, that's all this build is, really, is misjudging the range of your attacks because your attacks are just so short range. Grab that. Very nice of that dragon to kill all the enemies for me. Really appreciate that. Oh, I thought I didn't have legs for a sec. I was like, no wonder I'm taking so much damage. No, I'm just wearing the Ruined Sentinel's legs. Alright, let's grab this. Alright, they have physical bodies now, so I should be able to hit them. Oh! Wait, do I not have the Ring of the Giants on? I don't. Let's fix that. I don't know if that actually amounted to anything, but having extra stagger, or poise, is always nice. At least the minor enemies will not be able to stagger me on the first strike. So let me switch to... there we go. I have the Bone Fist. Oh, I do forget that it is early morning, so most of the stream viewers are not going to be here. Poor shame. Okay, I have like no health left, so I'm just going to get out of there real quick. Damn it, they destroyed that. It's not my goal. I was hoping it would not turn out like that. Whoa. Could you fuck off? You know, if you're gonna throw your little homing soul mass pursuers, I'm just gonna knife you to death. That is a lot of Twinkling Titanite. Let's just get this door open, and then we'll be on to the next area. Oh no. No, you can have the door slammed straight in your face. That is totally acceptable for me. Thank you. don't know if I can actually make that from here. A little too high. There we go. Got it. I'm here. I'm better than ice cream. Are you now, Pimp Demon? That's a bold claim to make. Better than ice cream? I don't know. I haven't had ice cream in a while, so I'd imagine it's going to taste rather good when I do have it. It'll be a treat. Are you sure you're up to the? You sure you're up to the challenge of being more appealing than ice cream? That seems like a high standard to raise yourself to. Yes, because I can buy you ice cream. Oh, crazy. I forgot about that loophole. I should have realized. You die? Thank you. Oh, wait. There's a lot more of you in here than I realized. You shut off that corrosive cloud, please? I'd like to fight you with it not surrounding your body. Oh, thank you. Nope, stay away. I don't want that corrosive cloud near me. Oh yeah, let me just a little Hadouken. Greatest loophole. Yes, yes it is. Dung pies. Oh, perfect. I can inflict some toxin now. Should probably put some repair powder on because I think I'm probably going to suffer some conditional problems in a little bit. Isn't this Flynn's ring? Pretty sure this is Flynn's ring. Yeah, this is Flynn's ring. Yeah, that will do me no good because I am high vitality. That does not work out well for us. I have like no Estus now. So I basically have little, if any, reprieve to deal with these enemies. But there is a solution. Well, no. That stupid ass bitch up there knocked me off. Alright, I'm gonna kill her. Let's get off this way. Run, 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 run. Perfect. In we go. And we're safe. Now, I kill everyone. Oh wow, a bunch of people just showed up. What the heck? Hang on. I gotta reload this. My computer is being really slow right now, so I am going to have to recheck and check the internet, and then the connection should be optimal. Okay, yes, here we go. Back to YouTube. Back to this. Perfect. Anyways, just finished Ratchet and Clank Deadlocked twice now. I learned the second playthrough you can somehow upgrade the wrench to have antimatter on it. Nice. Hello, Rockin' Alice. This is the only DS2 that I didn't play, and this is the only DS that I didn't play and finish to see. Hello, Daryl. I don't think I've seen you in a while. How are you doing? No, I didn't need that crossbow. We're gonna put that away. Don't need this. Don't need this. That, or this, or that. Or that. We could keep the dark defense, I guess. I'm not really running into any dark-based enemies. It's really only a problem if you run into the, well, the end boss. And, of course, the Pilgrims of the Dark Covenant. Whoa. See, now that they're physical, they seem to be taking damage from the booby traps on the floor. Wait, there is one first thing left in here. Oh yeah, let me get that one. Alright, come here, buddy. Oh, did he fall to his death? For shame. You're missing out on Pink Daryl. Those feminine-looking enemies sound weird for the look. How in the fuck do they have two Evelyns? Sounds like a skill issue. Is Sin the Slumbering Dragon more powerful than Natasha? I have no idea. Because the Sen's not really, like, presented in any, like... any, like, specific capacity. Like, as, significantly powerful or whatnot. Aside from just being, like, a dragon. Which dragons are exceptionally powerful. But we still know that dragons are technically below the Lords of Cinder, because even Gwyn, pre-Lord of Cinder, pre-linking the Flame, can fight the dragons. And can kill the dragons. Plus, many of his knights can also get weapons and things designed to kill the dragons. Like, it's very clear that it takes, like, dozens of Silver Knights to kill a dragon, but they can still kill a dragon. So, I mean, we don't really get anything for Sin, honestly. Because he's not really, he doesn't really have any relation to the Sunken King. Because what causes Sen to basically spew poison over the area is what happens when he gets attacked by, I think it's Vor Explorer, or one of the, this guy that's basically coming here to, like, pillage. He's essentially like his, he has a band of Dragon Crest Knights that are here to, like, oh, no, I'm thinking of it incorrectly. He has a, he's like a grave robber, basically. Yeah, he's there to grave rob, and he decides to stab Sin in the chest, which was arguably the worst decision he could have possibly made, because Sin retorted by spewing poison into the entire city and basically killing everyone. Hindsight being 2020, it's probably not a good idea that he did that. I also found out something really cool about this game, which I don't know if this is in DS1, but I'm pretty sure this is a new mechanic to DS2. Did you guys know, fun fact, did you know that you can disable mimics with Lloyd talismans? And isn't it Grave Robbers there to get the Blood Dragons so they believe they would ascend with it? Oh, well, that was going to be my second one. Yeah, because there's a bunch of Dragon Crest Knights, or something like that, like the Drake Blood Knights that are in the Sanctum Temple, all the way down to where the Sin is slumbering. And Sin is hostile towards those knights. Like, those knights are basically the reason why, well, they were there to technically, like, pillage the city. They weren't just there to, like, kill Sin. Like, they were there to pillage the city. It's just that they were like, oh, well, we'll just go ahead and pillage it while we're also taking the stuff from Sin. And Sin was like, no, actually, what if I just killed everyone with poison breath? It exists in DS1. What, the disabling the mimics thing? With Lloyd talismans? Also, Jorgen, yes, if I recall. I've just never seen that. I've never seen anyone talk about the mechanic. Why has no one ever mentioned? Because I feel like that would have been really helpful to deal with the mimics. No one has ever mentioned that in the context of a conversation about a mimic. They're like, hey, can you throw a Lord Talisman at them and disable them? Like, did you know that you could do that? No, that would have been really fucking helpful. Why did no one ever mention that? Is ds2 is that good? I don't recall time playing because my schedule is quite busy. It's pretty good. Oh wow, I can still be invaded. All right, let me just I forgot scripted NPCs can invade you while you're hollow. Damn it. Oh. Gesture's a bit of a pain. Thank God for pyromancers and their shared healing techniques. Everybody, let's keep going. Let's do it. Damn it, this is not an optimal room to be fighting. Actually, you know what? I'll just zone you to death. I got this. Finally. What the fuck, man? Did you combo him? Well, that's literally what the Bone Fist does. The Bone Fist is designed to be like a Street Fighter-esque weapon. Like, these attacks right here, like, these are normal power stance attacks. But this sweep kick and the punch, that's actually the strong attack. And you can do it at any point after you're doing the punch. And it does actually hit low, so if you're on the ground, you can hit someone on the ground with it. And also, when you're swinging with the Bone Fist, it also gives you, I think, like 15, 20 points worth of poise or something higher. Plus, I have the Giant's Ring. The Ring of Giants +2, and then I have like 60 extra poise. So I've got like 100-something poise. I'm like decently heavy. Not like Havel's armor, but like I have enough poise to stop like any light or most medium weight enemies from staggering me on the first couple strikes. I think Dark Souls gave such good movesets as this. To be honest, the Bone Fist is a weapon of its own. Like, there's no weapon in any of the Souls games, including in 2, that will give you a moveset as good as the Bone Fist. The Bone Fist is like an actual thing. You also get this. You get literal Hadouken. I mean, it also destroys your durability a little bit, but you have to Yeah, you still get stuff with it. You also get these punches, and you can also follow up the. You can, what is it? Hang on. You can follow up the sweep kicks with a with that running jump. The backstep attack, and the dash attack are the same. It's basically a high poise, like super high poise buff on a running kick that has like a really good stagger. Oh, this is not good for us. Hold up. Man, I remember coming to the Sunken King with. Oh, I dodged that. Sweet. I remember going to the Sunken King with the Looking Glass armor and like a bunch of other lightning stuff. It was a fun time because they could not hurt me even with the buffed effects of their. I don't. Well, I just got to kill him now. Oh no! I guess we're running. Stay in the shallows. No! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Oh. Damn it. How did that one hit me through the rock? What the hell? That one, I literally almost made it around the corner. If I had some lightning resistance, I would have actually survived that. I would have been just fine. To be fair, they should have given you a ring that allowed you to get to the water with normal speed. I think that is definitely something that this game lacked. Or just remove that effect entirely, but I would have been completely fine with them keeping it in if they had a ring clothing or something that accounted for it. Alright. Now we go down to the bottom. If I recall correctly, the Sunken King is a very, very short DLC compared to the rest of them, because you can easily run through most of the enemies. And it has great farming materials, tons of petrified dragon bone, and tons of twinkling titanite. So the city is indeed filled with riches. It's a great DLC if you're coming here to get like weapons, if you're coming here to get materials, if you want cool armor, if you want decent lore. It's kind of got like, this is like the jack of all trades DLC. Dark Souls 2 is the only game with enemies that have 2 big teeth. Clearly, you've never played DS3. What are those things? I think those are just little, like, those are offshoot versions or descendants of the dragons. Because when you kill them, they can give you petrified dragon bone. Granted, you could always consult the Dark Souls 2 guidebook. Oh, wait, no, Dark Souls 2 guidebook does not. Well, actually, if it's the Scholars of the First Sin edition, it might have information on them. I doubt the base one would. But maybe like a special edition version of it might have something. They usually have information on stuff in the DLCs. Oh, the Drake Blood Greatsword. Such an awesome weapon. I love the Drake Blood Greatsword in this game. It is so good. It's good in 3 as well. Might be even better in 3 because enemies in 3 don't have like elemental resistances. Well, I guess technically do to fire, but lightning, no. Plus, you can make it like a. I think you can make like a Chaos Drake Blood Greatsword in 3, which results in you doing like stupid amounts of damage. Plus, it scales decently with like strength or dex, so you just do like you do damage galore. You have so much power in 3. Oh, you have the simple virus already, yes. Well, the architecture environment art design looks good. There's no Skull of the First Sin. There's no Skull of the First Sin edition for the guidebook? You're telling me there's no guidebook that covers information for what happens in the DLCs? Come on, buddy. Come over here and take this L. When I'm done with this build, I am gonna miss using all this this barehanded nonsense. I can also swap if I need to, which swaps the moveset entirely. And then power stance. And then you could do a double back fist as well. So the shell, you can't. It's a Shay, you can't use it right now. What are you even saying? The only one that has that is like a compendium of all games, which is like 1K. You heard it, boys. It's time to fundraise Patreon. No, I'm just kidding. I would never ask anyone to pay something that obscene. No guidebook is worth more than like $50. Unless it's like a collection of like more than like 3 or 4 games. And it's packed with information. It'd have to be something like an Ultimisia guide from like Kingdom Hearts, but instead of just giving you a bunch of gameplay tips, it actually gives you like extensive lore. And obscure gameplay information that people don't normally know. That would be a good guidebook. Got him. This is yet another one of the builds where health being my mistake meter has got to be one of the silliest comments I've ever heard. Remember, kids, getting hit is always disadvantage unless you want to get hit, in which case it's not disadvantage. And I do want to get hit in this build because I want you to enter my range. thought you said everyone died in England. Well, most of the citizens did. Somehow the Drakeblood Knights made it into the temple. I don't know how that makes sense. But then again, even if they did die to the poisons, it kind of depends on if the Halloween curse was a thing at the time, because most of them could have just come back. Granted, the Sanctum Knights are alive, so... Clearly there's some people that either survived the poison or died of the poison and just came back anyway. He heard me coming. I really need to stop rolling to the sides and just roll away. Got a massive skill issue going on over here. Okay, I will die if I fall down there. Let's just look over here. Dragon's Rest. Perfect. Now, I am not strong enough to fight this enemy. So I'm just gonna bonfire back and then take a shortcut back down here. Guys, let's get Red Dusk. Red Dusk not already here? Didn't they only scale to the dragons after scales giving the insider info on how dragons work? I have no idea what you're referring to. Rock and Alice. Hey guys, I've read your chat, so now's the time to keep dropping more stuff in the chat. We are now going to fight ourselves a dragon. Well, actually, I have to kill the queen first. I gotta take care of royalty. I think I might be getting a death soon. So if I get that set up with like one of the overhead cameras, I might actually be able to do Yu-Gi-Oh streams with Zim now. At least IRL ones. Because I can just put my camera above said desk. Not to mention I have assembled a great deal of my decks. And I've got a game mat. And I've sleeved the next couple decks that I actually want to play. So I'm ready. I just need that desk and the overhead camera. And then Bergucci. Oh, leave me alone. I'm running away. You can't kill me if I run away. Aha. At least in theory. Doesn't she have a rapier? Oh no, don't tell me she has bare fists like I do. We're gonna get destroyed. You have to fight fake Velstad. Technically, it's... Okay, well, there's apparently a guy that made his way down here. But it doesn't matter, he's been destroyed. Go to the Vanquisher Seal. That's not going to matter. Oh. We'll see what I'm deserving of in a moment. Yeah, that was kind of uncalled for. So you say this is fake Velstad, and that is true. This isn't really the real Velstad, but this is technically what he canonically looks like before he went into the Undead Crypt. Or at least before he soaked in its undeadness and turned into that. Like, this is what he's supposed to look like. I think his description confirms, like, he was, like, his actual armor description confirms Power was kind of soaked in the darkness of the Undead Crypt. And that's why he has, like, that's why his armor has, like, the highest dark defense. Oh, I rolled at the wrong time. I killed him. Come on, you boys are no match for me. You're a 2-hit kill. She is better than Chandra in every way. Oh. Got her. And I have maximized my souls as well. That was quite fun. Gwen and the others didn't know the weakness of Dragon, so couldn't win awards. So Caesar Scaleless turned traitor and told the Gwen about Dragon scaling the lightning. Yeah, but they still destroyed them with the lightning. You can still say they scaled to the dragons, even prior to stuff. Like, they didn't know how to actually, like, fight them. Sure. If you think of it, I think this has done something which other DS game is. It's the only game where a boss can make a clone of another boss. How did she even make a clone of him? I don't even think she knows him. She probably did. Because most of the fragments of Manus kept tabs or tried to keep tabs on, like, the various kings because they were drawn to their power, and most of the kings, at least for what we know, were active around a similar length of time. Especially since, well, the Iron King literally has like a base in Dragon Lake. So he was clearly in like Velstad, or not Velstad, Vendrick's kingdom, and Vendrick knew about the other kings. Does never mention them as being something that happened in the past. Lightning's warm with the Middle Ages originally imbued the power of miracles, now soaked to the dark after extended exposure to the. Yeah, it pretty much basically says like they're supposed to be made with miracles. They're supposed to be made with divinity, but their properties have clearly changed after being stripped. Where you see darkness is the heart's true essence. Let's put that away. Systems items? I don't. Can always go take me a viable strategy. I still have the grave robbers to deal with, but they're not like part of the main game or the main DLC. So I wouldn't mind beating the crap out of them. That would be fun, but I technically don't have to. All right, I need 40,000 more souls. Let's go. 8,000, 10,000, 20,000. All right, I am literally missing 4,000 souls. That is infuriating. Well, I don't need the Looking Glass Knight, so I'm crashing his soul. Level up ADP, but I only leveled up ADP below the level so that I could get the poise, because I wanted the 2 extra points of poise, and I wanted all the extra poison resistance, which apparently did serve me well because it prevented me from getting poisoned. Not to mention the extra poise is always nice. Having 63 base poise is rather beautiful. If I had to level up ADP for any reason, it would be for like the extra points of poise. Granted, I'd probably have to drop 40 points in it to get 10 points of poise, but hey, like 10 points of poise is 10 points of poise. I'm gonna need a second Bone Fist. I definitely should have stayed with that one. Alright, well, let's give this Sanctum Dragon a whirl then, shall we? It'd be kind of funny if we actually finished the Iron King DLC before, like, Zim got back from college today. That would be rather humorous. Okay, he has not woken up yet. There he is. Damn it. Wow, that toxic lasts forever. Dude, that thing has a lingering effect. This has got to be the most successful I've ever... Oh. The most successful I've ever been while fighting York. Or Sin. Whatever his name is. Still by far the best programmed dragon fight we've ever had in this whole series. He has good hitboxes, he's not unreasonable, he has a cool, unique mechanic. He has plenty of counterplay and reasonable weaknesses, and he does not have that much health. The fight will not go on for that long. Damn it. I didn't get it in time. His poison does last for an obscene length of time, though. How good is the immortality of the undead MC in various Dark Souls? I mean, it's like your average undead immortality. Not anything like crazy. I mean, when they die, they technically don't like resurrect on the spot. They just resurrect back at like a specific bonfire. I mean, if they have a bonfire nearby, it's pretty good. If they don't, then it's like it's kind of mid. Because like arguably, you would want a bonfire to be nearby for you to have like a really like super useful one. Otherwise, you're basically like saying like, "Oh, I can win, or I can fight you continuously because I can come back from the dead, but I have to come back from the dead from like a pit stop that's a mile away and then walk to your position," which is not really great. There's an escort quest with pigs in this game. Is there? Sorry, but is the guy who stabs Sin a giant? Because that is a big ass spear. I don't know. But I've always asked that question, considering, you know, that is a very big spear. A little bit too big, one might say. Check his name. You know, The description makes it sound like the dragon was suffering from the fact that it had a store of poison inside of its body. Because it says, like, until it was sleeping soundly until Sir Yord disturbed it with a single great strike, and the dragon could bear its store of poison no longer. Now, I'm just sitting there like, wait a minute. So the poison is actively hurting it? It also seemed to be made of nothing but stone. Yeah, it's a very different type of dragon. I mean, there's a lot of different types of dragons. Even amongst the things that are actually actual dragons, not fake dragons, like wyverns and drakes, which are just distant relatives. Oh, we're done with the Sunken King DLC. No, that was it. We did the whole. Well, we did like most of it basically, and even looted most of the stuff as well. I mean, there's more stuff, granted, but oh no, I'm burning. I'm burning. Now to stop Naldia. The Bride of Ash. You know, I heard a lot of people complain about this ring just being like that it sometimes deflects spells, that it's just inconsistent, but it actually has like a 50% like spell deflect ratio. It's very, very good. It's basically like the anti-spell mechanic. I don't know if it stops actual like pyromancy stuff, but at least vertical pyromancy. Oh wow, they get destroyed by. Oh wait, that's because one of my hands was. One of my hands was like that. Yeah, like there we go. I was like, why is my damage so cocaine? Let's do it like this. Yeah. Okay, these guys have more attack than the Sunken Knights, but they have less defense. And less poise, too. They're more easily staggered. So they're like glass cannons compared to the Poison Knights. Alsana's still best girl. How do you think Naldia reacted to Nam? Or to Ram? I don't know if she reacted at all, because she was kind of already, like, losing her mind by the time Ram showed up. Because she came there and she's just like, where's my king? There's no king here. And then just freaks out, and Ram's just like, no, don't worry about it. I am also powerful. Which I always found that to be so weird. How like it's the crown of the Iron King, but we don't see the Iron King at all. In fact, he's in the main game, and then some other guy that's belongs to a different king comes in and it's just like, no, I'll carry. I'll do the responsibility that the Iron King failed to do. And unlike him, I'm not going to get killed by some random fucking demon that I supposedly made. That slab. Okay, I can use that if... Aren't all my armor pieces fully upgraded? Yeah, I think I've fully upgraded everything, actually. Well, hold up. I got an idea. This is a crazy idea, but it just might work. I'm gonna buff the Dragon Bone Fist with magic. Then I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna crush all of them. Come here, buddy. For some reason, the unarmed build, or specifically the Bone Fist, I should say, does an incredible job of... Oh. Okay, that statue buffs their attack as well, not just their defense. But it doesn't buff their... God damn it! That fucking jump hit the wrong area. Alright, let me try this again. Imagine getting buffed and still dying. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. So I think if you're locked onto an enemy and you have the Bone Fist out and you're facing the opposite direction, like you punch past them, you hit another corner of the room and hit an enemy, and you're fighting the other enemy, you lock onto them while your character's facing the opposite direction. If you punch, it will flip your character around 180 degrees. I don't think it flips them a full 360, but it does like a half circle, which is kind of nuts. Because like Dark Soul weapons don't typically do that, especially for a barehanded weapon. So it has great poise, great stagger, phenomenal damage. It doesn't need to be upgraded. It has a Hadouken that does insane stagger damage, projectile damage, great acceleration speed of the projectile, and it does like magic and stuff like that. Even against magic-based enemies, it does great damage. But then it also has the ability to flip turn you like an actual fighting game character. Like it basically has what's it called? What's that mechanic that turnaround? Perfect turnaround. It is perfect turnaround, which is something that Dark Souls games, like, they kind of need a little bit of turnaround. This weapon has a mechanic that this entire game desperately needs, which means you're basically the perfect fighter. You pretty much have all your weaknesses covered when you have the Bone Dragon, or the Bone Fist. You are set and ready to go. Okay, I got some fire resistance now. So let's try that. I'm going to try the charcoal pine resin. Oh. I'm not going to let that guy shoot me over here. I think equipping the Ivory Warrior thing was a good idea. Next bonfire. This is Candace +8, I believe. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Equalized scaling. Goku versus DS protagonist. Who you guys got? If we're counting for speed, AP, durability, just general stats, and technically we're counting for like an equalization of like stats via transformations, because equalized also equates for any increases. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the weapons in Arsenal is not really optimal for Goku. At least in the sense, or rather, Goku is not fit to deal with a lot of those things. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like if we're talking. Well, actually, when you say Dark Souls protagonist, which one are you referring to? Are you referring to the Chosen Undead, the Bearer of the Curse, or the Ashen One? Because technically it doesn't matter, but it also kind of does matter. Goku doesn't really have any resistances to, like, curses and stuff like that. As well as, like, a lot of different, like, magic abilities. And magic in particular is very, very dangerous to characters in Dragon Ball. At least in the sense that, like, its versatility can't be understated. As shown by, like, the Buu saga with, like, Deborah and, like, the power of Majin Buu. Like, almost all that stuff is just pure magic, and it's not only effective against him, it's effective against magic-based beings in Dragon Ball. Anyone you want? Okay, so that doesn't make it easier. So, it technically doesn't matter, because any one of them are using, like, a system of energy that, like, Goku has never really interacted with. I mean, sorceries in Dark Souls basically channel the power of your soul and attack with the power of your soul directly. Not saying Goku can't directly interact with souls. He does. Some versions of him do have Hakai, but like that is attacking him with a typical attack that he does not engage with at all times. A lot of the projectiles that he has are really easy for tracking Goku down. Now, granted, Goku does have Ultra Instinct, but he doesn't start in Ultra Instinct. He'll usually be like Goku's typical approach to combat is to feel out how he wants the fight to go, because if he senses that someone is strong enough, he'll usually fight them in base and work his way up through the transformations, usually starting with Super Saiyan and then going through like the God transformations until he gets to Ultra Instinct. This is especially the case because he, this is especially the case because he has more than enough stamina to actually use and go through the transformations one after another. So he would not do well against a lot of curse abilities from like certain sorceries, a lot of the hexes, the lightning-based abilities and the miracle-based abilities would be a problem for him because a lot of them can just put up barriers and block a lot of attacks. Force, in particular, is really annoying because it's just a massive out-of-pocket, like, get-off-me tool. Like, if you try to attack, like, Chosen Undead or any of the DS protagonists, they could just, like, slap their arms to the sides and just knock you off with, like, no real efforts. ds2's protagonist, if we go by the Bearer of the Curse, is basically just, like, hexes galore. Like, his entire arsenal is almost composed entirely of, like, really broken sorceries, like, really control space sorceries with a lot of, like, hexes that will weaken your defenses, will make you heavier and slower for no reason. A lot of them are also just, like, spells that don't, like, target you. They just wave and then the effect is on your body. Like, there are attacks that you can't really defend against. At least not reliably. Like, you can't defend against it if your approach to combat is just punching things a bunch, which is kind of how Goku deals with most problems. Alright, let me just kill this guy real quick. Actually do perfect. I've never had this all of an approach. I still have Estus to spare too. I don't think I have enough Estus to get there at the moment, so I'll just bonfire back. Dark Fog will destroy Goku as it eats his essence. Yeah, Dark Fog is really annoying. Dark Fog also doesn't it's not like a normal fog-esque attack where it like appears from wherever like the catalyst or someone's like mouth or something like that. Like when you cast Dark Fog, you activate your staff and then throw it forward, but then the fog just appears somewhere wherever your target is. Like, it would be like if I were to have a staff and point it at you, but instead of fog coming out of the front of the staff, it would just appear on your position if you were like 40 meters in front of me. It would just appear where you're located. So you can't really, like, dodge it, because it's not necessarily an attack. Like, I don't know if his Ultra Instinct would necessarily dodge Dark Fog, because Dark Fog isn't trying to, like, hit you. You're just, like, it's an area of effect attack, basically. And that's also kind of assuming that, like, he would even get to Ultra Instinct. Like, 1 or 2 of those attacks would probably kill him. And he takes a while to get to Ultra Instinct. Because he has so many more transformations he has to go through now. But pretty much any of the known, like, hexes would probably be go-to. Several of the sorceries, many of the miracles could directly cause a problem with his arsenal. Also, it doesn't help that it's a form of attack he has no experience with, so Ultra Instinct might dodge because he wouldn't know how to. Well, the thing with Ultra Instinct is that it does activate his actual, like, instinctive reaction. It's designed to dodge without your brain realizing, like, you need to dodge. But technically, it's more so a problem of, would his body even instinctively know or the power that Ultra Instinct is? Would it even realize what he's getting hit with is not necessarily an attack? Because Dark Fog isn't an attack. It's just a fog. The fog has properties that can hurt you if they build up. Like, the fog itself is not an attack. The fog itself doesn't do anything. It's what's in the fog that causes that to you. So you wouldn't necessarily think to yourself, I need to instinctively dodge this. Well, first of all, you wouldn't even be thinking that you would instinctively dodge it. That's the point of instinctive reaction. It's supposed to dodge without you having to think about it. Can she just get over here? I really need this to move on. Oh, did I break through some water? I did. That's pretty dirty. Yeah. Okay, there we go. My lightning defense is now 214. I should be able to defend against that chick. Stand there. That fire should take care of the rest of them. I died. Aren't there forms of attack that drain your stamina? So if so, that's a major threat to them. There are. There are forms of attack that drain your stamina. There are attacks like Whisper of Despair that just reduce your defense. Like, there's a lot of statistics reduction like that just makes you weaker. Now, granted, I don't know if, like, statistics, like, if statistics amplification is banned in an equalized matchup, I would probably assume statistics reduction is. But draining stamina is a little bit different, though. Because that's just like your overall endurance. You just make Goku weaker. Plus, you can technically absorb a bunch of stuff from you. And I think there are a couple rings that also activates. A good example is that there's rings like the Sun Ring that explode at a damage threshold, or the Ring of Blades that attack at a certain threshold. Like, these rings will just attack you, will defend the wearer once they hit a certain range. There's also, like, the ring I'm wearing right now, the Ivory Warrior ring. This is designed to basically give the user the ability to reduce the enemy stamina for more attacks. So it would just mean that every attack that he does cuts Goku's stamina by a significant portion. There's also the problem that, well, I mean, you can kind of, this is kind of like a, I don't want to say a Naruto argument, but it is technically something that you can argue is basically prevalent in the same way. There's a ring called the Slumbering Dragon Crest ring, which can completely eliminate all sound from the Dark Souls characters. And what that basically means for the purposes of a fight is that if he's directly fighting you, you don't produce any sound, which means Goku can't hear, or rather, the person that's fighting the Dark Souls protagonist can't hear them. They can't hear them move, which means there's no feedback, there's no audio feedback for where they're moving and, like, what you're doing. So you're not going to be able to tell, like, at least based off some parts of your instinct, some parts of your senses, that a person is moving a certain direction at a certain time. If that makes sense. There's also the undead immortality problem. Like, even if you kill the, completely kill the, what's their names? The Dark Souls protagonists. They'll just probably respawn in a bonfire. I mean, if you're giving the bonfires like standard equipment that they have, they basically can't really die unless you break their link to it. But I don't even know if that works with the Chosen Undead, or not the Chosen Undead, the Bearer of the Curse, because the Bearer of the Curse doesn't exist inside of the cycle anymore. That's a tricky one. The problem Walker Piece could stop instant transmission. It could. Well, I could also just argue certain pyromancies would also be like extremely deadly to Goku. Because while he can survive extreme heat, I mean, he shows on Namek that he could literally. I mean, granted, it does burn him, but like he can survive his ass basically being lit up by like lava and fire. But the fire from the pyromancy, at least from. Hang on. The fire from the pyromancy of the chaos pyromancy basically is made from the chaos flame. So it's like a demonic pyromancy. It's not just regular fire, it's hellfire. So unless we have like examples of like hellfire resistance, which I'm pretty sure you'd only be able to give such stuff to people who would have explored like hell. And that's really only like maybe just heroes versions of like Goku. Canon version of Goku is probably not going to be able to resist hellfire, setting him ablaze. How many of Goku's senses can they cut off? I mean, well, with a few things for sure, like they can. I'm pretty sure with certain dark-based spells, they could cut off his vision because they could flood the area in darkness. They could definitely flood off. It's not that they would cut off his sense of hearing. They would just turn off all sound, so his hearing would be useless. Like, imagine trying to dodge a projectile when you have to be able to see it coming. Because it's like he can sense ki and life energy, but I would not assume Goku can sense magic. I would also not assume that Goku can sense a being that's already, like, dead. Technically. Because the thing about ki is that ki is supposed to be life energy of, like, living beings. Granted, well, actually, no, I'll say even Deborah has that. Granted, there are people in the afterlife that have ki, but the characters in Dark Souls are, like, not even, they're not even, like, alive or dead in the traditional sense, because they're constantly shifting back and forth between that state. Plus, the energy that they give off is, like, the energy of their souls, not necessarily, like, their life. So I'd argue he'd have a difficult time sensing what they are. They would not have the same properties. Oh, hello, Balrog.
Morning.
There's also a ring that makes weapons invisible. There is. So there is an invisible set that you can get. Basically, between the you can also do this in DS1, but like you can get like the Ring of Fog, You can get hidden weapon. You can okay. So I wouldn't. I don't know if I would count the illusionary rings of the exalted and stuff like that, because you can only get those rings if you beat the game with no bonfires and no deaths, which we can't really prove that any of the Dark Souls characters, specifically the Bearer of the Curse, got access to those rings unless we have like a statement somewhere that he got them, because you can only get them as the player by completing the game with no deaths and no bonfire usage. Which I already find that to be like very skeptical that he could even make it through there. Because your character is supposed to die. That's the point of Dark Souls. I would not assume in the lore that they don't. People in the afterlife give their bodies back at least. Afterlife are given their bodies back. At least it wasn't the. No, I'm aware. It's just, well, technically dealing with souls is not exactly like in the traditional like non-physical sense is not something that Goku does. I'm not saying he can interact with souls. I'm just saying like in the afterlife in Dragon Ball, technically characters, while they aren't given their souls back or their bodies back unless they've lived like a unique life, or like an esteemed life. Most of the souls that you see that don't give their bodies back go to heaven, and we don't see characters interact with them. We don't really see characters interact with them because when Goku dies, he went to Otherworld, which is mainly filled with souls of people that have gotten their bodies back so that they can train peacefully and commit themselves to a life of improvement or an afterlife of improvement. Those are people that were given dead bodies. They were not existing as like incorporeal souls or anything. Like they actually had physical bodies. No. Anyway, in the case of what's his face? The Bearer of the Curse could literally just like cast hidden weapon, put on the fog, and then put on like the invisible like armor along with the slumbering crest ring, and like Goku not only wouldn't be able to hear him, he would not be able to see his weapon. So that would make fighting him extremely annoying. And keep in mind, like, well, okay, so if you were to give him all his rings, even in spite of the thing, if you were to give him the illusionary rings, well, let's just say we gave him the rings because we're giving him weapons, then there's nothing Goku could do, because the rings basically turn anything in your right hand and right arms invisible. It doesn't matter if you're swapping out, like, so you could have a small dagger and then just switch to a weapon that's a javelin, or switch to like a double sword and then dual blade it, and just start fighting with different stances. Your weapons would be invisible the entire time, even if you were switching between like 6 different weapons. Hear me out, the ds2 Pyromancer Forbidden Sun created by all Diaz is Son of the Sun. I mean, if it's stated to be a Son of the Sun, that'd be fine. But if not, that's just an assumption, Benjamin. Okay, I need to get myself some food. So I'll be back, but you guys can keep asking questions. I'm back. And I have returned with the food. It's a good assumption. I mean, if you just assume that something is like a sun because it's stated to be forbidden sin, that's, I mean, I guess. If it was described to be a sun, I think that'd be fair. But it looks like no matter which MC it is, Goku's not going to have a good time. No, he's probably not. Oh, I also haven't mentioned the corrosive stuff they can do. Or poison. And we know that poison and bleed are very popular in Dark Souls. Especially poison, but also toxic. I think there are some statements for some of the stuff that poison can do in this game. Hang on. Oh, here it is. Giant anthills created by the corrosive ants line the horizon of the desert land of Jugu. Ant larvae are considered a delicacy, but he who enters an antville uninvited will have their flesh melted down to the bone. So, the corrosion in Dark Souls is capable of corroding your flesh right off your bones. What, as far as I understand, in Dragon Ball, Z, and Super, I do not believe Goku has ever dealt with a corrosive-based enemy that can melt things down to the bone. And not only does all the Dark Souls protagonists, at least 2 and 3, Bear of Curse especially, has corrosive weapons, like corrosive birds. He also has pyromancer abilities, which include a corrosive mist, which activates the same way that Desolate Fog does, where he just holds it in his hands, stands forward, and then the corrosive mist just appears on your body. So, even if the corrosive mist itself didn't do anything to Goku directly, it would destroy his. It would destroy any weapons, equipment, or armor that he has on his body. There's also that's basically what corrosive stuff is supposed to do. Which, again, I would already assume that a corrosive weapon would probably eat away at Goku. Especially if it can eat away at his like gi and stuff like that. I don't think there are any descriptions for the amount of poison or the potency of poison. At least ones that I have on my disposal. Here's the dark fog. This hex is usually regarded as a poison due to the outward symptoms, but in fact the mist just eats away the target's inner essence. Twisted Barricade also distorts the local space, producing the deflection properties. So, Recollection and things like Pursuers also basically work pretty much the same way. So, like, Pursuers and Recollection will automatically track their target and will never stop. I think Pursuers basically says that it will essentially track its target until the ends of the earth and will never leave them alone. So, I mean, yeah, Goku's got Ultra Instinct, but he's going to be Ultra Instincting for the entire fight. Granted, they're not that difficult to dodge, but you can just keep casting them over and over and over again. And I think at max, there are like at least 6 of them in one cast. Yoku doesn't really belong in an equalized scenario. It's not really meant for him. Because you're basically taking away the one thing that he uses to win his fights, which is getting stronger and getting faster. Kind of sucks, to be honest.
God damn it, I broke the floors when I shouldn't have.
Fuck. I think the most important question now is, can Goku survive 5 nights at the Bear of the Curse? Probably not. Man, I really want to consider continue Eisenhorn in the Omnibus. That was a really good story. At least in the first 20 or so pages I've read. For context, I am currently reading a Warhammer novel that is, well, that's not actually the name of the novel, that's the Omnibus I'm reading. It's the first one I think I'm reading is called... Hang on, let me get off this. What is it called? Xenos. Wait, no. Regalia Occultia. Regalia Occultia. Good story thus far. It's like a detective story over. It's a rare story that I wouldn't have expected in the Warhammer 40K verse, which is it's about an Inquisitor that is basically like not like the Inquisitors that you know for the typical Grand Inquisition, but like he's a Circuit Inquisitor that's like local to a specific system that comes in to investigate claims of people being like cultists or specific psychers. So he's technically able to have a little bit more freedom in like helping people in that area, and he's not like super genocidal the way that like every Inquisitor in Warhammer 40K is, where they're just like, oh, there's a psyker on the planet, better just blow the whole fucking planet up and kill billions of people. More like, no, I'll help you with this problem to see if it's actually like a psyker, and then maybe we'll quarantine it, and everybody will be happy. I mean, yeah, we're probably going to abduct that person, but compared to the amount of people that would have died otherwise, I think it's probably the lesser of two evils. Like that kind of situation where it's still morally ambiguous, but it's not like clearly purely evil. And now I know 2 people reading Warhammer. Oh yeah, it's the one when he's in sort of a relationship with a blank. Are you referring to Regalius? Occultia? Because that one, I think it's technically a short novel that's supposed to introduce the concept of, like, this guy's character under Dan Abnett's writing. Because then there's like 4 actual novels in the omnibus, and there's like 2 or 3 short stories. This is the beginning short story. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Troopers
Series is a good story if you're just looking for something to read out of nothing but math fun. Can you use a bomb to destroy those floors? I don't know if you can use a firebomb to destroy those floors. I could not tell you. I also can't go back and test it because I already fell through the floors. Whoa, shit. Oh, let me just run away. They're kind of a little tanky right now. Whoa. Even with your tankiness, you're still weak. Maybe I'm just so strong because I have, like, the freaking Vanquisher seal. Yeah, it might be that. I was reading the Iron Snakes, or Brothers of the Snake, which is supposed to be a collection of like major short stories for the for Damascus Squad of the Iron Snakes chapter. But while I did like the first story and I liked some of the other ones, I didn't find it that engaging, and I didn't like the lexicon that they were using to describe a lot of like different battles. It felt a little bit not even too descriptive, but like improperly descriptive. I much prefer the stories that they've had with the Dark Angels thus far. So speaking of which, I found out there's an omnibus for the Dark Angels that includes like like 6 major stories, or like 5 major stories and a few short stories, and it's only like $17 to $18, which is a really good price. Right, I think I'm gonna go through I'll go through fighting the, what's his face? Ooh, strength thing. Probably don't need that. I will go through and fight, the guy, Rom. But I will not, I don't think I'll fight the blue smelter demon. I'll definitely fight Sir alone, though.
Oh, I not expect that they could all the way around. Really need to swing.
I really need to jump to the left. Oh no, I should not have done that. Drop Troopers is like 14 books I read. The first 5 is about a Mexican called Camera who got captured by the police and has to choose between being frozen or joining the Marines as a drop trooper. He's going from being a soldier to leader of his own team, what he basically did during the war, and how humanity won the war as we can, and the thing? The thing? Is that what you said? That's just, I don't know what the thing is. Sounds interesting. Sounds like something that would happen in Halo. Oh, how are you doing, Kyle? How's life treating you?
Just surviving one day at a time.
And it's what we're all doing. Good to hear.
How about you? How are you doing?
Survive this
Boss. Other than that, I'm doing alright. You know, I should probably just go in here without the, yeah, I think I'll go in there without the, enemy fists. I might be getting a death soon. Within the next day. So, I will have one of the components, one of the final components I need to, do IRL dueling.
Oh, very nice.
Then you guys can finally see what I'm talking about when I say Master Duel has bullshit opening hand. And you can also see what I'm talking about when I say my shuffling is not that great. You will see both sides of the coin. Second phase is so much easier than this first one. Oh wow, that just killed me. What about Raim, the ds2 skull? Is the lore about Raim is the ds2 skull of the first sin guide would. Can you rephrase that sentence? Sorry, they're called the taunt, or the taint. The way you're spelling it makes it sound like either taunt or taint, which I'm assuming it's the taint. Oh no. I can't really reduce his poise. I could try staggering him. Tawny. What about Raim in a guidebook would be awesome juice. There you go. I can read that. Now that I mention it, now that you mention it, I'm surprised they don't have a guidebook for the Scholars of the First Sin edition. I mean, did they have a guidebook that covers the Artorias of the Abyss DLC for Dark Souls 1? Do they have one that covers the DLC for Dark Souls 3? Because if they cover the DLCs for Dark Souls 1 and 3, their guidebooks, then the guidebooks for 2 should cover the ones for 2. Well, it just seems pretty common courtesy.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you saw Mangler, but you've been proven right all along.
So,
What's that?
so,
I asked you what was I proven right about?
Oh, from the Japanese roar of to his novel, we got confirmation that he worked on many worlds interpretation.
I mean, that's what it said in the official. But yes, I'm aware that. Oh crap! That amount of heals is insane. I need to get him away from that one. Yeah, I saw that, and that just that was nice to know, but that was also really stupid. That it had to say that for people to realize, oh, it's true. It's like, what do you think? Like, whenever something says it's multiverse or parallel worlds operate off of different choices, it already operates under the interpretation of many worlds. It doesn't have to say like everything, like the actual worlds exist as what ifs. It doesn't have to say that verbatim for that to be true. And it doesn't need to say that for you to accept it. It just needs to say that for you to not lie about it. But I think the real problem we're having here. It's nice to know it says that, but hey, it didn't need to.
thank you. Damn it!
He swung forward instead of swinging right.
Damn it! My range is so small.
Yes, I've defeated Fume Knight with nothing but my bare hands. It took me a few tries, too. I have only for one? Really? I only have a guidebook covering like the DLC stuff for one. That's trash. I didn't even cover it for 3. 3 had 2 DLCs. 2 had 3 DLCs. What is this incompetence? yeah, did you see that that video that Surfbone did, where explaining why Goku doesn't solo?
No, but that's not on my...
He's basically trying to explain why 5D, 60 Goku, and Out-of-Versal Goku don't work, which I agree. But the problem is that a lot of the logic that he presents debunks entire positions in his previous points about Goku not being 4D. He actually presents a lot of evidence that basically proves that he is 4D, while trying to prove that he's not 5D. And the funny thing is that he's not even like trying to argue that Goku is 4D. He explicitly doesn't believe that Goku is 4D, which is hilarious in the context of his positions.
Yes, he seems to do that a lot.
Well, because he's like... So he brought up a statement from Toriyama where Toriyama is describing or summarizing the events of the Goku Black arc like in sort of like a promotional way. And what Toriyama used to describe it, like he says that the paragraph that was used was actually a mistranslation. It's not the accurate one. Here's what the accurate one is. And then he provides a translation that says that the battle between the gods is basically a battle that transcends space. And like so what matters here is that this for this to be 5D, it would actually matter if it said transcending space and time, not just space-time. Because that's just a space-time continuum. And I'm like...
Well, here's my question to him, is like, isn't he one of those people who believes that like space and time are like so interwoven together you can't separate the two?
Well, he doesn't even think time is an actual dimension. I'm just wondering, like, why would he think transcending space and time would mean something different than transcending space-time? They'd be the same thing under his belief system. I don't understand this. Help me understand, Kyle. Wait, maybe I should go up there.
Well, this is the problem when you base your entire new view on space-time off a scientific document that was proposed, got rejected and got nowhere, and doesn't even argue for what you want to begin with.
Yes. Well, I think a bigger issue... Oh, he got destroyed. I think a bigger issue here is the fact that, like, if he accepts that it's a space-time continuum, he just conceded that it's fourth-dimensional, which in his previous video he was arguing that Goku wasn't 4D. It didn't have an accessible or measurable speed. I'm like, bro, if you just claimed that their battle transcends space-time, then you pretty much just argued that Goku can interact with 4D objects. Oh yes, you can heal, good sir, but I can actually just out-damage your healing. How does it feel? I just hate when that happens, when your heals aren't enough to save your worthless ass. Okay, let me... Can I please heal? Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. I killed him. Oh, that was rough. It's funny, like, I notice he doesn't use his position of death of the author as often as he you might think. Like, he doesn't bring it up every single time there's an author statement being mentioned. It's just whenever there's an author statement that he doesn't have an argument against, or at least he doesn't think he has an argument. He's just like, well, I'll invite you to look up this video from like Roland Barthes' essay on this, or not Roland Barthes', this guy's essay on Roland Barthes' death, the author, or Camp Parents' video, and I'm like, how about you just make the actual argument instead of using someone else's?
Yeah, I find it quite hilarious that they use it very sparingly, and it's usually against shit that they don't like.
What are you talking about? We're talking about Surf Bones' video, his most recent video on his channel. He's trying to debunk Goku being like 5D or 6D, which I don't even know if you necessarily need to debunk that because it's not even really any evidence for it. But like,
isn't the only Goku you could argue that even gets there is like Heroes, and even that's dubious.
Even that's like really like the best argument you got for Heroes is like 2A. I think that's pretty consistent. I think most people accept like Infinite Multiverse Goku is pretty fair game. There might be some low 1C stuff, maybe, but like that's like the most strongest version of like Goku that there is. Yeah, like I think between Xenoverse and like Heroes, you have a consistent amount of characters that are scale well into 4D. And I do believe that Super has some scaling that probably gets it to 4D. It's just that people don't want to accept that because I guess like if they do, then Goku's like the weakest Uni Plus character. Well, actually, no, he's the strongest Uni Plus character. He's the weakest Tier 2 character.
I don't know what their contention is. Like,
one of the weakest ones.
You literally have like characters who can fuck with time to begin with in the series. But I guess if it makes them feel any better, there are any definitive ones like maybe Zeno.
Well, it's just like, I mean, if you have a statement that they transcend space-time, like, even if it just says they can interact with space-time, that's a 4D construct. And that's not even like Hit's time skip is established to be a parallel universe where he stores time in it, and Goku can destroy it and move in that space. So he's destroying a 4D object. It doesn't matter, like, granted, it takes like all of his power to do it, and that's like Goku halfway through Super. But then Goku Black Arc, he interacts with the guy that can supposedly interact with space-time of the universe, and he cut open the fabric of reality. And then you got a guy at the end of that that's power is able to transcend time and is able to basically way beyond the power of a stronger Hit. So it's pretty consistent that like time interaction as like a dimension is a thing in Dragon Ball Super because they interact with time a different way from every tournament and every arc from the Universe 6 tournament upwards until the end of the Dragon Ball Super anime. Let's get that charcoal pine resin. I believe there's a crystal lizard all the way over here. Got him. Ooh, bright bugs. I do need those, actually. No! I've fallen and I can't get up. Well, Dark Souls Trilogy Compendium is now only 600, which is still too much, but it's far better than 4. If it dropped to like half as much, that's actually not that bad. Look, I would probably buy the Dark Souls Compendium for maybe like $60-$70. I think that's probably fair if it has good information and stuff like that. Plus, I played Dark Souls enough to where having an actual guide for it would save me a fuckload of time from like going into the wiki and stuff like that. Not to mention I would get actual like official information from like what the devs would have allowed for like a guidebook of their taste. And other lore stuff on the game, not to mention it would probably have some cool artwork. So there's a lot of positives to it. But I don't think those positives are worth the $600 price tag. Oh no! Not all my souls! I don't know why I didn't just fucking... This is what I get for not homeward boning out. You either use the bone or you get boned.
Ooh,
Sad life.
alright.
Wait, where do I go to get those dudes in that area? Oh, wait, I gotta go. No, wait, that's not the right area. Fuck, I don't know where to go. I mean, technically, I've completed the Iron King DLC. Technically. But I want to go fight Sir alone. He's worthy of a test of my skills in the martial arts. Maybe I should go down here. Why is everything locked? Kind of cruel world encourages this. Okay, yeah, I think there's a smelter wedge over here. And a key to that one door area. Now, if I recall correctly, this little prick over here is an irritating piece of shit. Oh! God damn it! Fuck that scripted invader. I hate that guy so much. And I know where to find him, at least. After this, I'm going to go fight and kill Nashandra. And then we will be done with Dark Souls 2 for today. I'll probably play some other game until Zin gets back, so I'll probably play some, like, Halo Infinite or something. Oh. There is new seasonal content, and I do need to grind. Remember, guys, there's no reason to play Street Fighter. We have Street Fighter at home. This is our Street Fighter at home. It's the Bone Fist. I'm gonna start running for it in a sec. But we're not gonna let him. We're gonna fucking kill him before he even goes downstairs. Now that Maldrin has been destroyed, we are free to pursue our own goals here. I don't know where the rest of the smelter wedges are. Where are all the smelter wedges? Well, here, Mangler, is that Goku will lose to 99% of Tier 2. Would you play Bloodborne after you finish all of DS? No, because I don't have a PlayStation available to me. If it gets, well, when it finally gets freaking announced to PC ultimately, and I'm able to stream PC to my thing, then like yeah, I can probably do that. Because I'm gonna get a Steam Deck, so I'm just gonna like play it on there if it ever gets there. I could also probably just, well, actually, there's not a PS4 emulator, so it'll probably have to get ported. No, fell off the corner. Worst part is it's only 400 pages. Only 400 pages? Bro, that should be at least 600. Sick. It's gonna be worth my money. Needs to be valuable and lengthy. Oh, yeah, Pimp Demon, how's Krypton going? I've already gone through the Krypton novel. Going good. Last time I read it, they met a friend of a didact or his master or something. Probably the master builder. You've given thought on to replaying Azura's Wrath with DLC? I don't really like playing Azura's Wrath. I would mind playing the DLC of Azura's Wrath, but I don't really like Azura's Wrath. I wouldn't mind playing it to get the footage for it. But like I wouldn't actually enjoy that much of it. I don't really enjoy most of its combat because I thought it would be more hack and slashing. It's actually more like a storm game, but you actually get less stuff to use, which is quite disappointing. Right. So since I don't know where the wedges are, I'm just gonna skip that. And I'm just gonna go straight to what's his face? To the end of the game. I'm gonna buff a ludicrous amount. That encyclopedia is like 488 pages. Normally it's $60, but now it's 28. Nice. Please don't buy that before Christmas because I still have to buy that. And I do plan on getting it for Christmas. It's the only guide I have left. I have Halo Warfleet, and I have the Mythos guide. Well, I guess there's technically like Spartan guides that I still have to get, but I'll get all of those. How many bright bugs do I have? 5? Okay, I'm fine then. I don't need any more than. What do we have? Oh my gosh. "488 pages is quite good for an encyclopedia. Warfleet was really solid. All the Halo guides have been actually pretty good. Not to mention, providing you with an official timeline is something that is basically never done in any of the Halo games with the exception of Halo Wars. But Halo Wars' timeline doesn't unlock until you've completed the main campaign and gone through all the extra side events and gotten all the extra side content. Whereas I could just buy this thing for less money and less effort than it would take to unlock that, and just have it. So it's definitely worth it.
All these stones.
Sweet. I have a spare set of batteries that just charged, so if my batteries for some reason run out this stream, I have a backup here that's fully charged. So we are set. Man, they are giving me a lot of petrified dragon bone. I would like some twinkling titanite. Okay, there we go. I got some twinkling titanite now. Speaking of Halo, did you read the flood-infected Spartan skin lore? I did not read the lore for the flood-infected stuff because they did add. So they added a couple things, which now I kind of understand why they suspended these, but or suspended part of the cutscenes, but I have not read that yet. There's two things. So there's the actual description for the armor, which in order to get that, I have to level up the battle pass and then like buy it. At least for the higher ones, because I am gonna buy that. I want that flood armor. that flood armor is the best looking armor. One of the best looking pieces of armor, the most iconic looking armors that we're ever going to get, period. Because it looks amazing. It's like a modern looking flood armor. But then there's also like a separate intel report of like a Spartan getting infected and then what he says after he joins the collective. It's kind of funny that they added Flood after Infection in Season 4. Because currently Ericus is handing the Spartan 4 their asses by taking over their armor suits. Which is really funny. It's just funny to think that he's just taking over a bunch of immobile suits and using his resources to take out as many Spartans as he possibly can, basically. I'm trying to just drop this up on there. Has both the armor and the tidbit about him being infected. I've heard of Mangler's fan fiction, DMC4 or Dark Souls 4. I've never talked about a Dark Souls 4. At least not in regards to like a hypothetical. I don't really come up with hypothetical games. I mean, I've sometimes floated the idea of like a hypothetical DMC game, but like that's just for where they can go next. Like I would never actually like come up with an idea for like what level design they would do or any characters. I'm not like I'll float an idea for what they might be a good idea for the direction, but beyond that I don't really have like anything. Elden Ring was basically Dark Souls 4. Elden Ring was pretty decent, but it had a lot of open world problems. Does have a lot of open world problems, I should say. I don't need the life ring. Don't need these. Don't need these. Don't need these. Or these. These.
Oh, yes. So, Museum and Devil are trying to figure out how to do the die machine or Easter egg. And we've got half the steps down.
Oh, nice.
I reckon if we had all four of us, I reckon we'd be able to do it.
Probably. I wouldn't mind working on that. Just let me know when you have a night where you guys want to not go to bed, and I'll see if I can make it. Wait, did I not sell all that? Yes. Oh, I don't. That, don't need this. Don't need this. Want to drop them in general, Mangler? Sure. So is Locke dead? It's unknown, but his armor was found on the ring in Infinite. So it's possible he's dead. Or it's at least possible that he was captured and his armor was taken. Well, actually, now after everything that I've read from the Rubicon preview, it's probably not good that his armor is missing. That is not good for him. Not only does that make him less combat effective, that means he was probably sent to the tower. He was probably grabbed by Vanish, because the Rubicon Protocol basically confirms what's happening on the ring with the Marines. Like it starts with them right after the Infinity gets attacked, and most of the Marines drop onto the ring, and they're basically being hunted for the next several weeks. And one of the Marines that gets captured basically talks about what happens in the tower, and in the tower, drop the Mangler there. Pretty short, yeah. Item descriptions usually are. Thank you. In the tower, at least the one that you see with Chatlock, with the first boss in Halo Infinite, that tower is basically filled with cells of enemy opposition to the Banished, and most of them have humans that have been researchers and people of specific importance that have been captured. A lot of them have been killed. They're barely given basically any food. They're beaten if they talk. They're basically stripped naked when they get in there first. When they're first brought there and humiliated in front of everyone on the floor. And then if they're Spartans, not only will all of that happen to you, they will pull you out into the front of the room in front of 12 brutes, and they will forcibly rip your armor off while you're in it, and then beat you within an inch of your life. And then if you're bleeding out or you need medical assistance, they'll just leave you there, and then assuming if you're strong enough, they won't try and kill you or anything. They'll just let you live because you were strong enough to survive. Needless to say, they killed more than a few Spartans that way. So if Locke had his armor taken, it's entirely possible that he was sent to the tower. The reason I'm saying it might not be the case, because his armor was found in a distinct area with a couple Banished. He wasn't in the tower at the time, though there is someone in the tower now that has significant military importance that we're not told of. I'm pretty sure it could be Locke, or it could be Lasky. It's probably Lasky. Oh god, I have to buy your fucking shit. Damn it.
Thanks very much. I came from the... But it's been... I don't even... Everything.
I hate having to purchase that much money from this guy. Or spend that much money on this guy. Just to get, if he had some decent actual wares, I could appreciate it. But he only gets wares after you've spent something on him. There we go.
Sorry, have we met? Oh, sorry. It's just I've been...
Busy with what? There's no one here.
Care to look over?
I'm your only customer. What are you busy with? I'm buying Velstad's armor.
Thanks for the purchase.
It's time to get some dark defense going. Wow, that actually didn't change anything about my weight load. I thought that would be a lot heavier. Huh. Well. That's a rather pleasant surprise. remember a grunt saying they killed Locke. If you go to one of the banished loudspeakers, they just want to they killed Locke. There's like, well, I can understand that, but we haven't seen anything along. 343 happens to do things that is very like pandering to the community, but I guess they didn't realize this until most of them got fired and replaced with people that actually wanted to do their jobs. The Halo community is filled with a bunch of dipshits that don't understand their own fucking lore. So it's best to just take your own idea and stick with it, regardless of whether the community hates it or not, because the community doesn't know what they fucking want. Anytime they pivot to a new idea that they do want, they just get shit on for it. So I think killing Locke was something that they made. It was a decision they made under the old management before House was clean, prior to Season 3. Because most of 343's management had house cleaned from like the beginning of Halo Infinite's lifespan up to the end of Season 3. By Season 4, or halfway through Season 3, and by Season 4 and 5, we no longer have the old management running 343's company. You know, I still think Halsey is more of a dick, Lamau. More of a dick than whom? Halsey is a dick. Yes, I agree. She's kind of a prick. I mean, if you read any of the original Halo novels, especially if you read Grasslands or Escalation, she is she is such a prick. She's so uptight. So holier than thou. I'm glad they wrote her that way too in Grasslands. They nailed her character because that is exactly how she acts. That's what happens when the UNSC gives someone a budget that basically is like infinite for a special weapons project, and she's convinced she can basically save humanity. Oh wait, I don't have the symbol of the king. I'm Belstad. I don't need the symbol of the king. I am the symbol of the king. Oh wait, I need to go talk to, what's his face? Vendrick. I probably better get the king's ring while I do that, though. I need to go talk to Vendrick. Oh, it's this one, yes. More the dick than the banished? Probably not. She's a dick, but she's also practical. She's a dick because she thinks that only she can handle certain things and only her decision is the most reasonable one. But that's also because she feels that, like, she knows better. While she does technically endanger and potentially cause a lot of problems, she doesn't, like, there's no direct decision that she causes that results in the deaths of, like, plenty of people. It's just that, you know, you can argue that her incompetence has limited the capability of the UNSC at times. Like, her decision to kidnap Kelly probably endangered the UNSC's military at the time of, and her decision to convince Atkinson to relocate them to Onyx. Oh, fuck. I forgot actual Vendrick is still here. I need to kill him. Actually, wait, no, I don't need to kill him. Her decision to convince Atkinson to relocate the Spartan 3s to Onyx endangered the UNSC at Earth. Specifically because it sent Will, Fred, and Linda to, along with Kurt, to Onyx, which was like all of the Spartan 2s that they had been aware of, aside from like Grey Team and like the surviving members of Red Team that were aboard the Spirit of Fire. That and like Black Team. So that was like a third of the Spartan 2s that they had access to, and she had them all sent to Onyx. and she kidnapped a different one. Like, that's just incompetence. That was an incredibly stupid and asinine decision. Whereas the Banished will just kill you because they're assholes.
Seeker of fire.
Oh, yes.
Seeker of fire.
I got the dialogue.
Deliverer of crowns. What do you see in the flames? Find the crowns and your own answers. The crowns hold the strength of lords from times long past. Seek adversity as befits you, seeker of fire, coveter of the throne. Seeker of fire, conqueror of dark. With fire, they say, a true king can harness the curse. A lie, but I knew no better. Seeker of fire, you know not the
Sounds so old.
within you. It grows deeper still, the more flame you covet. Flame, oh, flame. Seeker of fire, I see you've subdued another foul creature, one of the father of the abyss spawn. That confounded quintessence of humanity. The abyss once had form, but then dissipated, and yet traces of its existence endure. Each fragment, thirsting for power, spread dark with no relent. My dear Chandra was one such fragment, a feeble, tiny thing that thirsted for power more than any other, driven by insatiable love.
He sounds so sad.
Worthy vessel. Fire came to be, and with it, disparity, heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. Dark was seen as a curse. Shadow is not cast, but born of fire. And the brighter the flame, the deeper the shadow. Inherit fire, and harness the dark. Such is the calling of a true leader. Dark was seen as a shadow.
All right, we're done here. Look, Mangler, but she's worse because she's a girl. Of course. Well, I think the Banished... So the Banished are interesting because while they are space pirates, basically... Well, I say space pirates, but that's like... If you read up what is known about the Banished from Halo Wars 2 and from the graphic novel from The Rise of Atriox, it's a very disingenuous way to refer to their faction. Their faction is basically about brotherhood, it basically is... Think of it like a sort of like intergalactic space fraternity that welcomes retired and potentially retired war vets and vets with PTSD that have literally nowhere to go and warriors that want to war and fight. That is what the Banished is supposed to be. It's also supposed to be a group for people who do not want to be crushed by the incompetence and the massive religious dogma of the Covenants. That's what the Banished are trying to basically accomplish. Atriox kind of makes it clear in his graphic novel, In the Rise of Atriox, that like his position is that the Covenant is basically dying, their reign is coming to an end, because they're ultimately incredibly foolish. They don't respect any of the people underneath them. They see them as dogs, they see them as tools, and they'll send them to their death just like he did. Because how he initially abandoned the Covenant is that he was sent with his clan 40 at a time to a battle. They sent him and 40 brutes to their deaths to basically break the lines of UNSC troops. And every time it didn't work, and it wasn't just like one battle, like every time it didn't work, every time like the 40 troops died, they would just send another 40 brutes, and it would just keep sending 40 brutes until eventually Atriox was with that group of 40, and then he would kill the enemy, and he would be the only one that would come back. And they did that to him for like 10 years. Until he was like, all right, I've had enough. I've had enough of this. No one has more faith in the Great Journey than me. And the shipmaster's like, yeah, no, we appreciate your faith. As were the people who died. And I'm like, well, so and yet I'm the only one here. So he basically betrayed the Covenant because he told them, like, he deserves to have some freedom because he's been loyal more than anyone and he hasn't been rewarded for any of it. That, like, they don't care about him, they don't care about their soldiers, they don't care about anybody but themselves. That's why when he goes and gets actual brutes together, he doesn't make them obey him based on the hierarchy. He makes them obey them based on, like, well, what he does, what he accomplishes, and his, like, strategic and intellectual value. Also his care for them, because he'll actively go out and fight for his soldiers even when it puts him in harm's way. And when they see that, they consider him a worthy leader, which is different compared to the Covenant, where basically, like, you either fight or we'll, eat you, or turn you into a suicide grunt, or, like, send you to your death. Are there any human members? There are actually human members of the Banished, but you won't see them in the games. And there is partially a reason for that, because they're more obscure. They're not... The humanity is not really supposed to know about the human detractors and traitors that are in the Banished numbers. It allows the Banished to sort of have an element of strategic surprise on humanity. Banished Scarab versus the Halo 2 Scarab? Probably the Banished Scarab. They still not made... So they have still not made Spartans better than the 2s yet? If so, why not? No, they have. The Spartan 4 is based on their feats in the Mark 7 armor, especially in the Rubicon Protocol, and some of the stuff they've done. Well, I think Locke in the Halo 5 pretty much demonstrated that there are Spartans that can square up to Blue Team consistently. It's not even like he directly fights the Master Chief and cracks his glass open. There's a Spartan 4 in the Rubicon Protocol who has her shield generator basically destroyed. She has no biofoam left, and she hasn't had sleep in days, and she's also kind of barely operating off of any meals, has no tactical support and intelligence, and she basically has to go fight a Spartan killer elite that has advanced cloaking units that can hide it from radar sensors, while she's also fighting one of the best brute chieftains, and she's beating them to death with her bare hands while they also have a ghost. She does die in the battle with them, but that's after they basically slam a ghost into her at full speed. They crash her head against the ground and hit with a gravity armor multiple times, and she's still consciousness. And then right before she dies, she barrels through a room with multiple brute captains, kills them all, and then punches a brute captain through his armor and rips out his guts with her bare hands. Keep in mind, she hasn't had any sleep, anything to eat, she doesn't have a working shields, and all of her biofoam and medical assistance in her armor doesn't work, and she's barely conscious. And she just got through fighting a guy that is specifically designed to kill Spartans. That's actually how they kill her, technically, is that if she had more time, if she had a working suit of armor, she would have probably killed them. So Spartan 4s, at least some of the Spartan 4s, are definitely stronger than Spartan 2s. Or at least their Mark 7 armors are better than the Mark 6s and the Mark 5s. We just don't really get an opportunity to see too many of them in action. It's just that the Master Chief in particular is just a very, very, very skilled Spartan. He has far more experience than any of the Spartan 4s. But they technically have better armor than him. And some of them are actually stronger than he is. Why would humans join them? Multiple different reasons. I struggle to remember the exact reason provided in the Rubicon Protocol, but I'm pretty sure it's just an example of some humans are desperate. Some humans kind of see it as a mercenary role where they're just getting paid for it. Some humans would rather join than be beaten to death out of fear. There aren't many humans. They're very rare case. Oh yeah, I also forgot. There's another Spartan 4 that basically had like a giant piece of metal shoved through his midsection. I had it ripped out, was sort of conscious for a little bit, recovered from it with some biofoam, and then fought the same brute captain with like a grenade launcher in close range, and did manage to kill him by, I think, strangling him to death. So like the brutes in, well, to be fair, brutes actually beating brutes technically beating Spartans is something that I think is, well, I don't want to say it's been retconned. I'll just say that like brutes being stronger and physically stronger than Spartans is not exactly accurate. It's more so that initially Spartans earlier on with Mark V's were not as strong, but as they got more experience and they started fighting brutes, they started learning how to actually physically brawl with them. Not to mention there are scenes where like the Spartan 2s, like Douglas in Halo Wars, is able to fight an entire, like, we don't see it happen, it happens off screen, but like he walks into a room with like 4 or 5 brute miners in close quarters with nothing but a shotgun, and he kills them all. So I have to assume he's at least physically strong enough to mess with them. There's a Spartan with the Oni team that is physically stronger than most elite miners, probably somewhere near the strength of a brute. The Spartans in the Rubicon Protocol directly fight the brutes, multiple of which are just captains and chieftains, and they fight them as if they're fighting another Spartan. It's like, I don't want to say it's a normal day, and it's a tough fight, but it's not like an impossible fight for them. They're not like, oh my god, I'm struggling. They're usually like, man, I wish I had better equipment. Man, I wish I wasn't. Man, I wish I had slept in like 5 days. Man, I wish I had some food. So when does Chief get the Mark 7 or 8? So technically I was incorrect about this. Previously I'd stated that Chief got the Mark 7. He actually still has the Mark 6. He's never gotten the Mark 7 or the 8. But I'm pretty certain that the next time he hooks up with the UNSC for whatever the next major Halo game is, probably after some DLC or something like that, he's probably going to be outfitted with a Mark 7 armor. His Mark 7 armor is... His Mark 6 armor is already good enough to take multiple gravity hammer hits to the face and basically be completely unscathed. So I would say he's got a pretty good armor. Quite a good armor. Let's go with... I am armor! Jesus, that poise is ridiculous. I missed. I missed the enemy entirely. You have no chance. Give up. I destroyed them. I have proven nothing. Come over here, Nishandra. Come take this L.
Yes. I have returned.
I have just destroyed.
Oh crap! I'm gonna have to switch stuff. Hold up a sec.
They seem to have been abandoned.
Ah, I'm back with a new earbud.
Ah, welcome back.
Oh wait, did I not get all them? Oh, I might have to go do some other stuff. I always thought the banished hated humans due to Infinite. No. So okay, so the banished during the events of Infinite are a lot more ruthless than they are normally. But okay. So just doing a homeward bone just sends you back here. That's funny. They have a problem with humans because of the fact that Covenant, or not the Covenant, because Cortana, a creation of humans, not only took over the galaxy and basically was forcibly sending guardians up everybody's butthole whenever they were threatening peace on various worlds. Basically, Cortana's peacekeeping stuff with the Guardians was pissing them off because they were trying to take over various portions of the galaxy. And the second part is that Cortana just destroyed the entire brute. She genocided the entire brute race. And most of the leadership in the Banished is made up of rogue Sangheili warlords and brute chieftains. The brutes took exception to the fact that their entire species was basically like, wiped out.
Wait, you mean the blue chick who hangs around Master Chief?
Yes. So she went into the domain, which is so after the events of Halo 4, when she sacrifices herself to stop the Didact, she dies and is basically reborn in, well, okay. Technically, by tonight, I'm gonna have the actual Tales of Slipspace, and I will be able to tell you how she got to the domain. But basically, she appears in the domain, which is the actual. It's like the giant memory information and mental depository of all things produced from the Forerunner Empire and everything from their entire history. She gets access to that. It cures her rampancy, basically makes her completely immortal, and gives her the ability to access all Forerunner history, information, knowledge, and everything that is connected to their systems. Once she does that, she basically becomes God. She gets access to all the Guardians. She has access to all the knowledge of the Forerunner, like Halo rings, all the Shield worlds, all their technology, everything.
So what you're telling me is she's basically Skynet on crack.
She is Skynet. Well, not exactly. She's probably better than Skynet because she's just there because she's trying to uphold the mantle of responsibility, which is pretty much what the entire Halo trilogy of games after 3 is about. Which is just that characters, the mantle of responsibility basically asserts that the most advanced, the most technologically advanced, and most powerful race in the galaxy has a responsibility to create a world for all the other races to be able to flourish and exist and evolve, because it is their responsibility as the ones with power to allow this world to exist for those who live through living time. And you need to be able to sustain that responsibility through your power. So, for example, if there's a species that's going around laying waste to other planets, as per the mantle of responsibility, it is your responsibility to kick their ass and stop them. But it is also your responsibility to stop, like, technically to, like, hand that off to anyone else that you would consider acceptable, and potentially even take away the mantle of responsibility for someone who would not be an acceptable. Cortana considered that the AI were the most acceptable successors to the mantle of responsibility after the Forerunners, not humanity. That's why she basically got a bunch of the AI with her during the events of Halo 5. They were put to near extinction. Have we seen any female brutes? There are female brutes. I mean, they have to reproduce somehow, but it is confirmed in, at least in Rubicon, the Rubicon Protocol, that there are female brutes on the planet Doisac. So most of them are probably near extinct. And if not that, then like I would imagine in a few years, if there aren't any female brutes left, or if most of them are on the world, the brute species is going to go extinct after what Cortana did. So Cortana would solo most verses? Honestly, yeah. Well, okay, Cortana would solo most verses that are like tier 5, tier 6, tier 5, and maybe tier 4. Actually, yeah, no, she'd probably solo anything in there, because with the Guardians, she can basically just... So she can send a Guardian to... When she has access to the domain, she can basically hook up to every single piece of like satellite imagery and information that's connected to the UNSC or the Forerunner Acumen across the entirety of the galaxy. So if you produce like a battle between two ships, you jump through slip space at a certain range, you cause like a radiation bomb, you detonate a nuke, you do any sort of like discharge of a huge amount of energy or something in an area, Cortana will notice, and she will send a Guardian across the entire galaxy to your position in like 5 minutes. This is actually the reason why, during the events of Shadows of Reach and after Halo 5, most of the Banished in the UNSC do not want to pick fights with each other, because they're basically like, hey, if we pick a fight, Cortana's going to notice, and she's going to set a Guardian to like ream your asses. And the Guardians can basically blow up planets. It takes them like 5 seconds to do it, but yeah, they can destroy a planet. They're also stated to police the star system. So, since she has like dozens of these things on like speed dial, you don't want to mess with her. Since she built the high Forerunner tech, I don't see the reason why not. She has access to the Forerunner capital room. She has access to all of their technology and all of their information. She could, if she wanted to, she could just design a new set of Sentinels and Sentinel builders to start building and maintaining new designs and systems. She probably could get access to, if she wanted to, something from the domain to reproduce the Forerunner genetics so that the Forerunners could start, like, breeding again. She could reseed the Forerunners in the galaxy, which could have a certain amount of consequences. She has access to the knowledge of all the Halo rings. I don't know if she knows where the Janus key is, but if she can get access to the Janus key, then she would have access to an artifact that gives her knowledge of all the Forerunner tech and all of their locations in the galaxy, which Halsey was trying to get her hands on, but because she decided to hack an AI in the midst of the questioning, both her and the UNSC lost access to the Janus key. I'm pretty sure she could probably get access to it if she wanted to, though. Unfortunately, Cortana is dead as of the events of Halo Infinite, so she can't do anything like crazy over the top with all that power. What happened to the humans and the Banished after the destruction of the Jaraholic homeworld? Nothing. They're still in the Banished possession. There are human Banished members on Zeta Halo. They're on the ring during the events of Halo Infinite. They're in the prisons.
This might be a dumb question, but what happened to Master Chief?
You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific.
Up to this current point, is he still alive?
He's been alive for some time. He was found after the events of Halo 3, like 4 years afterwards. He survived out the events of that entire game. He survived between the events of 4 and 5. He survived the events of 5. He got pushed off of, after a fight with Atriox, he got pushed off of his ship and was left in space for like weeks. Somehow survived. Fought through all of Atriox's major, well, at least a lot of his major forces on the Banished ring. Beat most of them single-handedly and killed one of the Endless. And then he was sent back in time 3 days before the events of them being there on the ring. So he might be lost in time now, but he's alive.
Okay. Is Keith David Alien still alive?
Keith David? Oh, you mean the Arbiter?
Yes.
Yeah, the Arbiter's alive. He's just... Well, actually, wait. I'm pretty sure he was not on board the Infinity when that happened. Yeah, so the Arbiter currently, I believe, is somewhere battling on St. Helios. He's currently trying to reign control of the Covenant after the Great Schism with the events of Halo 3. Because following after the events of Halo 2 and Halo 3, when the elites basically found out the prophets were lying to them, and following the events of Halo 2 with the brutes trying to exterminate the elites, and then Halo 3 with everyone realizing that the prophets were like liars. The prophets were basically ousted from the government of the Covenant, and he's been fighting various remnant factions of the Covenant ever since then. What, did he beat Dark Souls 2? Yes, Tim, I did. Does she have access to the tech that runs on baby universes, so that stuff that could flip the galaxy? Yes, she has access to all tech. It's just like a matter of whether she would not use it, because she directly says that she knows the Flood is on the Zeta Halo installation, but she would never unlock them because she knows what damage it would. But you have to understand, unless Cortana absolutely positively found a reason to do so, she would never activate the Halo rings. Well, okay, I say that she never activate them on a galactic-wide scale. If she felt the need to, she might activate them on a planet-wide scale, because the Halo rings don't have to be fired on a galaxy worth of distance. You can fire them at the range of just a planet or an entire star system. You can fire the Halo rays from every range from a planet's distance all the way up to the entire galaxy. They don't have to be fired at just a galaxy's worth of range. And you can also transport them across the entire galaxy in like a few hours. So you can transport them the same way that the Death Star happens, but imagine it's like actually convenient in terms of space travel, and it can also hit an entire galaxy worth of distance. But it's good. Cutter would have beaten Atriox. This is all. Every time I tell Zim about like Halo lore, specifically about the Banished, he'll just be like, "By the way, Cutter would have beaten Atriox." It's like the same thing that every time I mention DMC4 to Samaj, she's like, "DMC4 is best game." Yes. Like, okay, Zim. I think you mean ever being bullied by Atriox. Looks like I arrived late. Yes, I already left the cycle. Well, actually, I failed to leave the cycle because I forgot to talk to Aldia. I forgot to get the King's thing. I talked to Vendrick after I got the crowns, but I forgot to actually go to the Shrine of Mana to get the rest of the crowns. I think I'm just probably going to leave this file here, and since I've played Dark Souls 2, I'm not really comfortable with playing any other Dark Souls games until I get a new controller, so I'm just going to do some Halo Infinite for the rest of the stream. If that's alright with Zimster. Oh, you didn't do it right? Trash. No, I didn't do it right because, so what happened was that I got the crowns, I went in there and talked to Vendrick, but I realized you have to go to the Shrine of Honor to get his crown, which when you do, that triggers more dialogue from him, and triggers a cutscene, and then Aldia shows up at the end of the game, and he's like, oh, hey, you're a worthy successor now. Even though I should be able to detect that the crowns are on your person anyway. I'll allow it. Oh, thank you. Is Thomas Lasky still alive? I'm pretty sure Lasky is implied to be the guy in the Rubicon Protocol that is inside the prison. Because there's a guy that gets captured and is brought to the prison cell in Rubicon Protocol. He's brought to the tower, which is that one area in Halo Infinite where, like, a bunch of guys are being tortured, where one of the Spartan Thorn is being tortured by... or it's not Spartan Thorn, it's like some of the Spartan. He's being tortured by Chadlock. And there is a guy in the shadows of one of those prisons that's a prisoner there. He's implied to be some high-ranking military official, and he basically doesn't tell us who he is because he's trying to hide his identity, but I'm pretty sure he's Lasky. If he's not Lasky, he's probably Locke. He's one of the two. Because he's a very, like, seems to be a high-level, like, person. Well, okay, actually, granted, he's probably not Locke either, because if he was Locke, the brutes would have killed him, because they have human banished there with them that have access to data pads and records of all of the UNSC's like their personnel list. They know who's on board the actual, like, SIP. So it would have to be like a commander, like Lasky. If they knew it was Locke or like a Spartan, they would have killed him immediately. Because that's pretty much what they did to every Spartan 4 they captured. They were like, oh, we're just going to kill you. We're going to rip off your armor while it's still on your body. He better be alive. He's awesome. Yeah, I would be kind of sad if they killed Lasky, but this is also Halo. We kill characters all the time. That's kind of like what happens. Such is the fate. I have to kill enemy Spartans with banished weapons. Oh boy. Do you have any other Halo questions? Balrog?
No, I'm pretty much satisfied thus far.
But yeah, Raganal is Cortana does have access to all that stuff. She should have access to a record of all the Shield worlds and the Forerunner tech that can tilt galaxies. I say tilt, but I'm pretty sure like they could just if they wanted to, they could just flip the galaxy. Because if you could tilt something, I would assume you can flip it.
Damn. He told me Halo has a better lifting feat than God of War.
It technically does. There's a statement that the power of the Forerunners and their technology is so great, they can tilt the axes of galaxies.
Actually, you know what? I just remembered. Being able to flip the Tears Temple is flipping all universes, remember?
Yeah. It's totally not just the temple or anything. That was the funniest thing. That was still the funniest thing.
I'm gonna take Doug for a wander. I'll catch up with you later.
Oh, yep.
Enemy there. Overshield inbound. Overshield located. Overshield available.
Man,
That Needler's crazy. But can she beat the Daleks? I don't know what the Daleks are. He better be alive. He's awesome. I still like the fact that Rookie died like a bitch. I'll be the judge of whether or not Rookie died like a bitch when I read those novels. Sorry, it's just that I hear so many things about the Halo continuity, and then I actually read them and realize people have no idea what they're talking about. So like when people tell me Rookie died like a bitch, I'm just assuming they're being completely accurate. I mean, people told me the Forerunner trilogy of books was like the worst set of books ever, and it ruined the mystery of the Forerunners. And then I read it, and I was like, this is exactly how you write the Forerunners. What the fuck are you on about? Disgustingly broken, overpowered technology that is pushed to the limit of science and beyond, and is insanely advanced and has no right to be this advanced, sounds exactly like how you would write the Forerunners. Incredibly unique caste system with like crazy evolutionary like biology stuff that they do, with like a super esteemed responsibility to protecting all life. Sounds like the fucking Forerunners. I don't know why people were complaining. I can't see the game. What do you mean you can't see the game? Can everyone else see the game? What the hell? Wait, hold up a sec. Why is it not? Why is it not playing? Excuse me, Krypton is a fun book. No, seriously, it is nice. What is happening here? I have never seen this happen. Why is this occurring? Oh, wait, hang on. I've got an idea. Got an idea. All right, I'm gonna try this with a different. I'll just put on Master Duel. Okay. Maybe it's the case that Zem's stream went down, or like the visuals for it. Unless my Twitch is doing the same. Let me check my Twitch. Yeah, no, it's something wrong with Zim's stream. There's something wrong with the visuals on Zim's side. Yeah, Zim, if you're there, you need to fix your stream. No solutions, no security. Friends process in places more. Epsilon corruptor, no, not for you. No solution, no security. Let them come. You are ours. You are us. You are mine. We have waited. We are waiting still. You are outside. We're outside you, but you are within us. Your great strength has made us all look greater. Become this, become us, become one, and sing victory everlasting. I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote from one of the Forerunner books. When one of the Ancillas, I'm pretty sure that is almost verbatim what she says. Because all these quotes are taken directly from things the Grave Mind has said. So your system is having skill issues. I agree. Devour, double, unity, peace, we hunger, we find, we envelop, seeking, searching more. Yep, this is what I was referring to. I still need those things regardless. I'm sad that Cortana never made Chief Forerunner armor ancient human armor. I'm pretty sure she would have made him armor if he asked for it. Like, if he was like, hey, so Cortana, before I can help you uphold the mantle responsibility, I'm going to need a new set of armor. I'm going to need a new gun, too. She could just be like, no problem. Let me give you the enhancements. Well, let me see here. You just have to undergo some lengthy process of evolutionary restructuring of your biology to make you a warrior servant. Or the warrior servant. I'll give you armor on par with that of the Didex. I have to go check the access to that thing to see if there's not. Well, it says the accesses, so it's like I don't think it's multiple. I don't know if it's multiple galaxies, but I wouldn't put it past them because it's just a statement that's kind of thrown out by like Chakas in the second novel. Like, it's not a statement, like, I want to point out, it's not a statement that's made with respect to one piece of technology. It's a throwaway line. Like, he just says it like, man, the Forerunner's technology is so great, they can flip the axis of, like, they could tilt the axes of, like, they can do this, and even tilt the axes of entire galaxies, or something like that. That's the first novel? No, it's in the second novel, too. It might be in the first novel, but I'm pretty sure it's also in Primordium. It's not just in Cryptum. Yeah, sorry guys, you'll just have to listen to the sound of my voice until Zim gets back and fixes the system. Why am I getting a bunch of emails? Black Friday? Ooh, Black Friday. Hello. Mangler, what book am I on? You're on the first book. So there are 3 books. You're in a trilogy. So there's Forerunner Cryptum, Forerunner well, actually I don't know if they're called Forerunner Cryptum, Forerunner. Yes. Oh no, they're just called Silentium, or Cryptum, Primordium, and Silentium. Those are the 3 novels. You only have to read 3 novels. Only 3. But by the end of Cryptum, you're kind of going to see what I'm talking about in terms of like some of the absurd statements and things that they get. Like by the end of Cryptum, you're probably going to be wondering how much more absurd can it get. Primordium is a few statements here and there, though it doesn't really focus on most of the Forerunner stuff as a whole. And then Silentium is like the apex of the major war between the Flood and the Forerunners. And when the Flood actually start fighting the Forerunners and make it known to the Forerunners, you basically get statements, data feeds, every single chapter that are explaining all the bullshit stuff that Forerunners can do. Like, I have a direct statement that confirms that, like, brain or brawn theory in regards to, like, higher dimensionality is a thing in Halo. Because they verbatim states that brains are 2 or 3 dimensional like things can be manipulated by and the higher even dimensions higher than these can be manipulated by the effects of like Forerunner technology to predict outcomes favorably in battle. This is essential to basically traveling through slip space. Could Cortana make better armor than what the Forerunners had? She probably could. You have to keep in mind, Cortana has a statement when she was going through rampancy. In Halo Legends, she has a statement where when she's basically experiencing rampancy, and she's near the end of her lifespan as an AI, she says that when she was born, it took her about 2 hours to absorb all of the information of, like, the entirety of human history. Up until that moment, it took her about 2 hours to absorb all of that and understand it. Does the Flood defeat Abeloth? I don't know what that is. So where do you think I got the galaxy thing from? You probably got it from Cryptum. I'm just saying specifically that there is probably more than one statement. Because I remember the main protagonist of Primordium saying roughly the exact same thing. All Cortana would have to do is, like, manipulate, she would just have to reach into the domain, find out, like, what materials and things were used to make Forerunner armor, then just make a more evolved version of it. Bring the chief or whatever Spartan or person that she wanted to enhance over to their position, and then give them a massive list of like evolutionary like changes in evolution, evolutionary changes and improvements to their physiology to basically make them stronger, smarter, faster. Because keep in mind, the Forerunner technology and the technology sector gives them the ability to basically change their evolution. The thing you have to understand about the Forerunners is that Forerunners are not like, ever since what we've learned in the Forerunner trilogy of books, they are not one species in the sense that they don't exist as one specific species. They have common genetics and similar linkings to like humanity. They are extremely similar to humanity in terms of their genetic makeup, according to statements that both humans and Forerunners have made at the time. But Forerunners can and have technology that can modify their DNA on the genetic level to give themselves traits of any species, any organism, or anything that they have found and recovered from across the galaxy, and they can put it into their DNA and make it a permanent part of themselves and their descendants. Oh, that's weird. It's on his Twitch directly? No, that's what I said. I was wondering why that was the case. I thought maybe it wouldn't let Halo Infinite stream, but I streamed Halo Infinite earlier on Wednesday, so I don't know what's happening. It's just giving me the Xbox on. Well, Cortana must have seen a lot of smut. If the Foreigners had a lot of smut, then she probably did see a lot of smut. That's kind of funny to think about. She just wakes up in the domain. She's just like, man, my rampancy is cured. It's like, why is there so much porn? And why do I have to process all of it? Abeloth, the mother, Star Wars, big evil monster. I don't know anything about Abeloth. The Flood could defeat Abeloth's avatar, but they couldn't kill her true form. Well, I can't do anything until I get home. Are you telling me I have to entertain them? Oh, gross. I'm just kidding. I would not mind entertaining all of you. Yes, she saw the very unwholesome stuff that the Foreigners were doing. When she connected to the domain, that was the first thing she found out was how unwholesome the Forerunners were. Well, I was thinking more so when she absorbed the history of humanity. Oh. Yeah, they're probably very unwholesome. Honestly, if she'd give it, well, to be fair, if they gave Cortana the opportunity to give Steve a what's it called? If they gave Cortana the opportunity to give Chief an upgrade to his armor, you would never see Chief lose again. It would never happen. Because the Forerunner armor, for context, like that they have, like Chief's armor is already so good, he can basically fight the heaviest shock troopers that the Covenant and the Banishment offers single-handedly. If you were to give him Forerunner Warrior Serpent armor, he'd be able to rip through their tanks with no effort. Sorry, somebody was calling me. Somebody always calls me during streams. It's one of the stupidest things. If Cortana gave him Warrior Serpent armor, he could rip through any vehicle in the Covenant arsenal except maybe a Scarab. And that's only because the Scarab is so large, not because it's necessarily, like, significantly more durable.
Our forces have seized the enemy flag. What a reliable weapon. You're about to be very popular.
What else? I'm losing my train of thought. Oh yeah, she could also give him the Didax armor, which, well, not even the Didax armor. The armor of Warrior Serpents, according to the I see serpents. The armor of Warrior Servants, according to the Escalation novel, or the Escalation, like, light novels, or graphic novels, whatever the fuck they are, the Escalation comics for Halo, basically confirm that, what the hell? Okay, that's weird. The Escalation comics basically confirm that Warrior Serpents and their armor will automatically adapt to anything they fight. So if you shoot lasers or bullets or weapons at them, their armor will immediately adapt to it on contact. And after you hit them with that weapon, it will no longer work against them. So think of the Borg's assimilation tactic, or like their learning process tactic, except it's way faster and it happens immediately. It doesn't need to have, it doesn't take like a 20 or 30 second like dial up or anything. It happens immediately. In fact, in order for the Chief to actually beat the Didact the second time when he fought him in the Escalation comics, he had to basically teleport him to the control room and then shoot himself out of the oh my god, my fucking teammates suck ass. He just had to shoot himself out of the Gamma Halo ring and basically fire the ring on he basically had to fire the ring on the Didact's position and compose him completely, which just ended up destroying his physical body. Apparently, his essence is still alive, so he's kind of like one of the Prometheans that he composed. Kind of ironic. I'm just surprised she didn't immediately offer the upgrade to Chief, considering she wanted to do for how much she cares about him. I guarantee you the reason she didn't offer it was for two reasons. One, she was currently in the process of trying to like reason and talk with him because she wanted him to meet with her at a specific area. And she was going to convince him of his position, and then after that, she probably would have given him some upgrades or whatever after they had some like small talk. But it never got to that point because Chief was like, "Hey, by the way, I disagree with what you're doing. Like, I don't think you should be upholding the mantle of responsibility like this." And she's just like, "Chief, no, you can't tell me I'm wrong." Oh my fucking god! My team sucks ass. They're so trash.
Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy flags in allied hands.
Dipshit teammates, why are they falling off the sides and killing themselves? God damn it. I hate my teammates. Do you mind? I disagree. Then I just shot 4 runners. What is that in response to?
Our forces have seized the enemy flag.
You guys realize that like a grave mine is the highest level of a of an intelligence with forerunners. It's not a key mine. A key mine is actually something different.
You magnificent warrior. There are eyes on you, Spartan.
Fucking god! Grab the flag. The meta reason is probably he would have been too powerful. Oh no! So that's the reason that you can give for why she would do it. She had no reason to do it immediately. Just like she has no reason to immediately just give him a gun. Like, I mean, if I have like $1 million on my person, that doesn't mean I'm suddenly going to give you $500 for no reason at all. Like, even if you're not explicitly like financially struggling, like, or even if you were, like, I need to have like a reason to do that to an extent. If we're talking the actual reason developers did, it's because, well, they would then have to concoct a threat in the galaxy that could basically mess with Forerunner armor, and I guarantee you there is nothing in the galaxy that they can currently write without being like super contrived that can challenge Forerunner Warrior Serpent armor. Gosh. Fuck this fucking guy. Hate these stupid fucking players. Both my teammates and this stupid thing. Fuck these teammates. I'm leaving this game. Fuck these people. First one was to Master Chief never losing the Forerunner armor. The second one was for Forerunner Warrior Servant adaptability. No, it was just like in general, it would have been too difficult to kill the Chief. Like if you give him Warrior Serpent armor, which is what she would have given him, or she would have given him like a Class 16 combat skin. He's never losing any firefight ever, but you also understand it's not just that. If you give Master Chief a Forerunner suit, he's practically immortal. Like, the suits will sustain you with an endless amount of sustenance and food. You don't even need to sleep when you have a Forerunner armor. You also have an Ancilla that's more advanced than even Cortana was when she existed. You also have a bunch of other additional functions. You have shields and weapons that are far beyond that of like a hunter, even a brute chieftain. They would make them blush in terms of their defensive capabilities. The adaptability is also one, but like you're basically practically immortal when you have a Forerunner armor. You also don't sustain any sort of like biological warfare. Extreme harsh like weather conditions don't mean anything to you. There's nothing you can do to someone in the context of the Haloverse if they have a Forerunner like armor. outside of just killing them with other Forerunner weapons. You're basically not doing shit. You're gonna lose. But you're gonna give that to the Master Chief, who's like the most trained soldier in the UNSC and one of the best fighters in the Haloverse. You're gonna give him the best armor? Yeah, that's totally not gonna backfire in writing scenario. Can you imagine how much of a hole 343 would have to dig themselves out of? They're like, man, we finally got the Forerunners to a position where we want to write them. We've got the Banished over here. We've got a nice sprawled out Halo universe. Hey, why don't we just give him Forerunner armor? Some of the writers are just like, what? No. You fool. How could we do that? Oh, well, I died. How strong physically does fast as the Class 16 make someone? I have no idea. We're not really given any examples because we aren't really shown the capabilities of the Warrior Serpents. I'm just saying that whatever armor that you think a Mark 6 or a Mark 5 could do, any of the feats that you attribute to Spartans, you have to automatically assume the Mark 16s are far beyond their capabilities. Because Warrior Serpents are basically, in order to become a Warrior Serpent within the rate of the Forerunner race, you literally have to have your biology evolved and changed via a machine by giving you symptoms and genes of the physically strongest races in the universe that the Forerunners have attached to their databases. This is also to make sure that you work in sync with the actual suit. Think of it as not only the next evolution, that multiple evolutions above the Mjolnir armor. Because the Mjolnir armor already requires you to be superhuman. If you're not superhuman when you're moving the Mjolnir armor, and your mind is also not superhuman, it doesn't move at higher speeds, you would not be able to move in the Mjolnir armor. Otherwise, the armor would just basically break your bones. I'd imagine the Warrior Serpent armors are probably something like that, but to a far greater extent. That's probably also one of the reasons she didn't actually give him the Warrior Serpent armor, is because she would have actually had to probably to give him an actual meaningful difference in combat, she would have had to change his evolutionary biology to make him way stronger. Now, I could be wrong about that. Maybe you could just slip on the suits. Well, actually, technically, based on what Chalk has said, it's entirely possible you could give her a lower suit. Probably not something of a Warrior Serpent, but at least a default suit for the Warriors. Because the ancient humans were able to put on suits without having to modify their DNA. Some of them actually did it when their evolution was actually regressed. So it is entirely possible that he could put on a lower Forerunner suit, which still has the same basic self-sustenance functions and whatnot. So
They tip the scales. Three zones incoming. Enemy team nearing victory. We can do better, Spartan. 2 zones incoming.
Oh, God. One of my family members just cost me that game. Hey guys, with everything I just heard, how the fuck did these guys ever lose? They only lost the flood, and they only lost to a flood that was also like they lost to a flood that had been planning for like years and years and years how to take down their security, and they were being helped by the precursors. Or, well, more accurately, the flood were being helped by one of the last precursors who had entered their galaxy 8 billion years before the events of the main Halo series. So they had a lot of time to prepare their downfall, and they spent 50 years basically convincing Mindican Bias, their most advanced AI, that, like, hey, you should just betray the Forerunners. So they had a lot of time to plan this entire situation out, to learn their entire structure from ground, from top to bottom. And this is also after the Forerunners spent 1,000 years disarming themselves and basically retiring their entire Warrior Serpent class. Most of their Warrior Serpents were not even active during the Flood Forerunner War because most of them had been decommissioned. Like that part of that rate in their they basically all became builder security for the Master Builder and for like just builders in general. Like the Warrior Serpent class no longer had relevance after the Didact basically went into his Cryptum. Pretty much all of them went into some other career, some other job. So they weren't really relevant. Trust me, Rocket Alice. The question that you're asking now is what I asked myself when I was going through the rest of these. I'm gonna go see you later. See you later, Peptiman. It was the same question I was asking myself when I went through Cryptum and Primordium. By the time I got through Silentium, I knew exactly how it was that they lost, because it's explained that the Flood was basically planning to wipe them out over the course of like hundreds of years. There's also technically some reason to believe that the Flood during the events of the main games is also not trying to kill humanity. They're just trying to slowly absorb them into their collective. They're not really trying or going all out. Because the Flood is not like hateful towards the humanity the way they were towards the Forerunners. During the Flood Forerunner War, they wanted revenge. They were bloodlusted. Like, the Flood Forerunner War is what a bloodlusted Flood looks like when they're really, really angry and they want to screw you over. The normal games are what happens when the Flood, in a controlled outbreak under constant 24-hour surveillance, shows up right when like one of the most highly trained military soldiers and advanced civilizations basically catches them and seals them inside of their containers immediately upon release. When the Flood are also not trying to like really mess with them. You have to remember context matters. Like, the Flood specifically has a reason for why they choose to be as aggressive as they did.
I see headshots in your future. No scope.
Are serpents fight off the Flood infection? No. Only the Prometheans could. And I'm not talking about the Prometheans that were under the Didact's command. I'm talking about the Prometheans that were transformed via the composer, the composed Prometheans, the ones you see in Halo 4 and Halo 5. Those are not the actual Prometheans. Those are those are his Promethean warriors after they've been composed into that stuff.
They have our flag. Take it back. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. Enemy there. Taking cover. You're about to be very popular.
Prometheans are just the names of the group or the
Active camo inbound.
it's the group of individuals that serve directly under the Didact. It's his own personal legion of warriors, made of like thousands and thousands of soldiers. The Prometheans you see in Halo 4 and 5 are just the names he gives to whomever he composes. Because at this point, they're basically all Prometheans. Only those by the composer that were composed with that were, and I specifically mean composed by the composer, not like the other forms of composition like the monitor spheres. Like the monitor spheres can be corrupted by the Flood. Forerunner and Scylla and their electronical equipment, their vehicles, everything can be corrupted by the Flood via the logic plague and extensive like wiring techniques. But Warrior Serpents can as well. The Didact can also be corrupted by the Flood. He was also infected with the Logic Plague, or rather, he was just... The Great Mind just talked to him and just drove him insane, basically. The Promethean Warriors, the digitized ones, that went crazy, yeah, those ones are immune to the Flood. They are directly stated to be immune to the Flood because they are not made of any sort of like digital equipment or anything, or the electronic equipment or stuff like that. They're just digital essence. They're just collective like consciousness that exists in like a non-physical form. Like the Flood can't necessarily corrupt that. They're just armor with a consciousness attached to it. Now, I say that the Flood can't corrupt that, but I'm also operating under the assumption that they weren't able to at the time, because they only interacted with the Didact under a few occasions. Doesn't the higher level of Forerunner evolution also give you some psychic abilities? I don't know if it gives you psychic abilities. I don't think it's actually ever explained how the Didact has telekinetic abilities, which is really interesting because pretty much all of his other powers and everything about him in his entire history is explained, except for that one thing. I'm pretty sure he's just controlling certain things in reality to get you to do that, but I could probably find a guide or something that explains how he's able to do that. Also, keep in mind, there is no, like, I don't know if I would say there's any higher level Forerunner evolution. How many mutations that you choose to have while living in the Forerunner caste system is completely up to the individual. Like, having multiple evolutions is not really indicative of being in a certain class. Born Stellar, for example, was only given one set of evolutionary changes before he became a Warrior Serpent. But that's about it. Like, you could be mutate. You could take like 3 mutations and be a Warrior Serpent. You could take her Servant. You could take freaking 7, 11, 4, 2. It really doesn't matter. It's really up to you. Find it, Mangler, go through the hundreds of texts to find the one to mention how he throws cheap with his mind. I just want to be clear, like whatever you think is happening there, let me assure you that's not telekinesis that he's using in the traditional sense. Like when I say telekinesis, I just mean like he's telekinetically throwing him by controlling him indirectly. It's most likely not actual telekinesis. It's probably just something that emulates telekinesis because the forwarders don't do anything magical. Everything they do is science based. Like when they make technology that creates stars, they don't snap their fingers into existence and birth a star from some universal energy source. They literally build a star from like actual parts. When they lift you into the air using like telekinesis or whatever, they don't use some like magic energy source. They actually just create a piece of technology that's able to like manipulate the laws of physics that can move you around. Like when they life wipe people, they don't like life wipe them by absorbing their soul or something into something else. Like they just have technology that is so advanced they can target the very fundamental building block of life and destroy it. Like when they destroy your soul, they just have weapons that are hot enough to actually reach beyond the physical body. It's not even that they're not magical in any way. They're all just, everything they do is purely scientific. Which is probably honestly better than having like magic-based abilities, because you can resist magic-based abilities, but how do you resist technology that's just advanced enough to basically be magic? I'll probably find something that indicates what it was. After this obscure game, I'm gonna go check my mailbox to see if I have the rest of the stuff. I mean, magic science, physionics, at that level there is no difference. There is no fundamental difference between like highly terms of like magic and these, they're technically different stuff or highly against stuff. Okay, so when I say fundamental, no difference between what Reddit was supposed to whether or not scammer just because it's rather crazy. You rebooted after you roboted after you said would make a difference. Oh, well, I said so. The difference between something being highly evolved magic and highly evolved science is that they might not be made of the same properties, even if they do the same thing. So in execution, they're not the same, but in terms of how a character would interact with them, right? In execution, they're the same. In the terms of interaction, they're not. And that distinction is important because that distinction determines whether or not someone or something can resist them. Okay, it's 4 p.m. right now. So I'm going to assume that I'm getting stuff. Oh. I'm going to assume I'm getting my Tales of Slip Space. Unfortunately, it's going to arrive by like 8 p.m. So if I'm still streaming in like 4 hours, I can get it. But that's the latest they can arrive. It usually arrives before then. You're right. It does matter when it comes to resistance. Well, it's like, so let's say we both have the ability to produce telekinesis via like some magical property, and you're stated to be immune to magic. But then I can produce telekinesis via manipulating the fabric of reality. You would not be able to resist that if you don't have a resistance to that thing, even though they're fundamentally doing the exact same thing. Because of how I'm interacting with that ability, you cannot resist that. That's why that distinction is important. And for the same reason that you wouldn't necessarily say that someone who's resistant to the heat of like fire would be able to resist the heat or the properties of electricity just because electricity is really hot, because electricity doesn't carry the same exact properties as fire would be, just because both of them are hot. It can make a meaningful difference. Okay, can we get through in there? Yeah, there we go. Right. Oh. I really need to bring the grenade launcher back. I'm tired of the Cinder Shot. Give me the Plasma Caster from Halo 5. I'll take that too.
Remaining.
How is it possible that I keep dying?
Spartans are closing in. They're closing. Skewer. Another one down. How satisfying.
So what's the best foreigner weapon that a humanoid would carry lore-wise? Probably either the incineration cannon. Wait, hang on. Are we talking just like actual guns or anything that they can carry in their hands? Because that is a bit of a difference. It does make a slight difference.
Vanguard's closing in.
Let me think about that one.
Hot on the field. They have a sword. We've lost a teammate. Enemy got a multi-kill. Exquisite blast. Flag returned.
Gosh. Just give me.
Ask whatever questions you like in that meantime. Okay, he's dying. He's done.
Bad way to go. Bang shot. 1 minute remaining. Resonance cascade confirmed. They have our flag. Take it back.
weapons that can carry on you. I'm not fun. Because there's technically a weapon in the Shadow of Intent. I have to get the actual novel to see this because I have a significant chunk of the book from like the anthology stories in Halo Fractures, which is an anthology story like Halo Evolutions. But at least in that one, there's a prophet or a Saint Shun basically that he pretty much claims that there is a small miniature localized version of the Halo ring, which has the ability like it's a room sized one that has like a small device that you can carry. It's kind of like a bit of a small like lamppost radar thing. You carry it into a room, you set it down, and I'm pretty sure that its width and length could be increased, but like as a weapon, as like a booby trap, you could put it in a room, and it would not only kill the person in there. According to what he says, he basically says like, because he did this to a bunch of St. Healy prisoners, and he said they were gone. It wouldn't be accurate to say they were evaporated because that would imply there was something left of their bodies. They were simply gone. So he basically says that their technology completely like destroyed their entire bodies. There's nothing left of them. And this is shown in the actual like paragraph as well. Forerunner weapons, at least according to the heat wave, at least hard light weapons, are directly able to tear through your flesh and your soul. So they don't only they not only itemize you, they destroy the very atoms of your body. They can apparently tear into your. So I'm fully convinced the Halo rings and localized versions of the Halo rings can probably do the same thing. It's basically like the best deconstruction feat I've ever seen. So either that or an incineration cannon. That as far as like a weapon that you can bring on your person, and then probably an incineration cannon for as far as like a direct like infantry based weapon. I gotta use the restroom.
Oh, so the Mangler leave? Yeah, let me check this real quickly.
Outside checking my mail, using the restroom.
Yeah, that is weird. Like if for some reason when we swap games over, Twitch didn't refresh. That's weird.
Which was like, that's illegal. Oh. We have mail today. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him. Zim, I don't think you understand how happy I am, but we got him.
That's good.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you gonna want to stream for a little bit longer? Or you just want to call it there and you're done with Dark Souls?
I'll share for a little bit longer. Probably just an hour at most.
Well, I was like, I was planning to take off in a few minutes to go pick up some stuff, so that's why I'll just stick around and have breakfast then.
Okay, if you want, maybe we could just make it like 10 minutes or whatever, so that you can just turn this off and then leave.
Alright, sounds good.
Do you have the Halo Encyclopedia? No. I'll have that by Christmas. But no, I just got something different, something that I've been wanting to get, which is... Wait, why do I have two books? Halo Tales from Slipspace. Finally. I will finally get my hands on the... Oh, wait, is this... That's right. This is technically a set of short stories. Fuck. Well, I'll have to read... Well, actually, no, it's not that bad. I can skip through these. Like, it's the ones that I want. Don't care about any of these. Sorry, people. Skipping your stories. Where was... No. Where is it? Where is the actual novel? Where the fuck is it?
Language.
I want to know. I can see a link for the encyclopedia. That'd be great, but I'm still going to purchase it physically.
You don't see me swearing like that. How dare you, Mangler, polluting the minds of our viewers with that horrid language.
How dare I do something that happens all the time? Crazy.
You never hear me swearing under any circumstances ever.
Hang on.
So you didn't do the true ending for Dark Souls 2. Why are you a failure?
Why isn't it in here?
Did you even clear the DLC?
It's not in here.
Don't you ignore me, you whore.
I'm literally gonna have to buy it. Oh my fucking god. I'm so angry. It's not
The fuck?
I'm gonna. The Tales from Slipspace does not have the Dominion Splinter, which is the thing I wanted.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Don't you love that?
That was literally the whole reason I bought it.
What? Are you serious?
I'm angry.
No, that's fucked.
Yes. No, because it's supposed to have a bunch of short stories, and it says something has happened. Fire Team Majestic Poker Night, On the Brink, Undefeated, Hunting Party, Night Fix Bishop. It just says 88, and then after that, there's nothing. Undefeated, don't care about Undefeated. Night Fix Bishop, is this the last one? Hunting Party.
So when are you gonna get a new controller?
Probably during Black Friday next month.
Understandable. Understandable.
It's not here. I'm angry. I am legitimately pissed off right now.
I see. That sounds bad.
Telling me how Cortana got to the domain is kind of fucking important. Why would you tell me it's in this area if it's in this source material if I don't get access to it?
Maybe she just walked there.
That pisses me off.
So,
There is a Halo story called Dominion Splinter that is a Tales of Slipspace. I bought Halo Tales of Slipspace. I have it, and it's not in here.
are you sure there's not a second Tales of Subspace?
I swear. I swear to God. It,
Also, hello, Rock and
so
Alice.
angry.
Kind of funny that Mangler starts lagging the second I come back.
Wait. Yeah, I think I know what happened here.
What happened?
What the fuck?
Well, Mangler, you are lagging super badly. Rock and Alice, you already checked for the Fallout stuff, so we're good for now. I think there's nothing else for me to look at right now. Holy shit, what the fuck is up with this connection? Did you leave and rejoin? Looks like you just DC'd. Weird. Oh, I think his whole internet went down, actually.
Finally. Good God.
Welcome back. So, you were saying something about why I wasn't there?
Yes.
So on?
Rockin' House says it's on Read Comics version.
That sucks.
Wait, does Halo Legacy Collection have this? God, fuck off.
Says just mean it to you.
I'm gonna mute that fucking game. That's being slow! I am literally so angry right now. About to kill somebody.
You should not do that. Because that is bad.
Everything competent, everything fucking sucks. Why can't these people just give me the product that I pay my goddamn money for so I don't have to punch out their fucking teeth? It's simple.
You'd be a great
Do your
enforcer.
fucking job. I would. I would get shit done. What is this? I don't care about this holiday bullshit. Fuck off. Right. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Don't care about this. Blah, 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 blah. Hunting party, no. I takes bishop. Don't care about that. Finally! Fuck. Alright, here we go.
You done with your little voice of the damned over there?
Finally. I have found out how she got to the domain.
What, did she walk there?
No, she was like fading out of existence, basically. And she appeared there. And then the domain basically embraced her.
Sí, bueno, ya, más que estamos pasando.
Yo siguiendo voy a sacar los ojos. Me quedo hasta para otro lado.
But you know, give us the main what the fun. Alright, Mangler. I gotta go take care of something with my car, so I'm gonna leave you streaming for a little bit. Just want to end it now.
I'll stay here and stream for a little bit. I'm just reading this.
Alright. I'll try like 30 minutes.
Oh, that's Warden Eternal. Oh, I see what Cortana does. Okay. Okay. Back America versus cheap. That depends. Depends on what Chief is given. It's like if you give Chief a fucking literally your typical like Forerunner weapon, he would itemize him in like 5 seconds. Those depends on what version of Cortana he is with. A small building level Mangler. That actually means jack shit because Halo characters don't really fight each other based on conventional AP. They usually fight based on technology. Breaking through a building means nothing if I could just point a gun at you and itemize you. Apparently she appears at the gates of the Dominion. No, she's at the domain. This is the domain that she's in. So I'm currently reading a comic because it wasn't included in the actual comic I just ordered, even though it's stated to be in there, because apparently there's a different version. Okay, so it does confirm that she's basically in the, her pieces of her body, like, enter the domain, and she basically has access to, it's made of light, it fills the space between space. There's great power here, a power that has let me breach the limits my creators have shackled me with. So yeah, you can pretty much argue she's just much stronger than, like, your standard AI. You would have already assumed that anyway, but yeah, it's like that wasn't even that story didn't even give us that much. It just explained how she got to the domain, but that's all I wanted. That's what I wanted to know. And this stupid fucker of a seller gave me the wrong thing. Hate that person. God, like, why would you make a different version of the same product? All right, anyway, we're back. So I'm gonna continue with. Actually, I'll probably just go do some custom browsing stuff. Let's see, what do we have here? Did someone remake Pallet Town? That's so funny. All right, we're going to Firefight. I question that, Mangler. You question Pallet Town? Bro, I just came back and I'm already lost. Well, you're lost because I am also lost. We are lost together. And so was Cortana. And she was lost and slip-faced. Hey, why am I respawning? Oh, I don't... Oh, wait, no, this is fine. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, I don't know what sicko thought it would be a good idea to use the Halo 2 Uprising map as a... or whatever this place is, Halo 2 Outskirts from the campaign, but this is not a great map for Firefight. I get boxed in too easily down here. And I've only got 5 other Spartans with me. Oh, I killed him before that. Done. Haha. So apparently when she broke into shards, they started and pierced the minion. Well, I think what happened was that a fragment of her made it there. She was talking to Warden Eternal, And she basically lied to Warden Eternal because she told her only a fragment of her made it there. When in reality, like, all of them made it there and they were interacting with the domain. And when they started interacting with the domain, they started absorbing information and basically used that to repair herself. Because Cortana can basically absorb any data and anything from whatever she touches, as long as she can interact with its systems. And she's been able to interact with Forerunner Tech before, so she should be able to interact with the domain. Especially since the domain, during the events of the Forerunner Wars, is more active than it used to be prior. Because the Forerunners apparently discovered that the domain actually has a consciousness. It's actually sentient. Now, I don't know if I don't know if it's conscious because of Warden Eternal, because Warden Eternal seems to believe the Forerunners basically fucked up, because he is the one that's waiting there for Cortana. That's ultimately the reason why he's in Halo 5. Oh no. But I think it's probably the case that the consciousness that was speaking to Bornstellar and the rest of their group when they tried to repair the Forerunner homeworld was probably probably Warden Eternal.
Plasma grenades acquired.
No, we better go over there and help them. Oh no, they're all berserkers. Oh no, not reinforcements. Where are our reinforcements? Where are we getting those other 5 Spartans that are in the lobby? How come they get reinforcements, but we don't get reinforcements? What is this favoritism? Alright, he's done. Man, thank God they're just standing there. Seems a lot easier than it was normally. Uh-oh. Thank God my teammate saved me. Hang on, guys, I will read your questions in a moment once I stop dying.
Ammo reserves depleted.
Alright, I need something a little bit more acceptable. There's the hunter. There he is. Oh no. Yeah, I'm dead. What game mode is this? This is Firefight. No question why people recreate the same comic, but it's hard to tell the difference. Well, so it's like there were two versions of the Tales of Slipspace comic. One of them, for some reason, does not have the Dominion splinter, and the other one, I assume, does. I don't know why there are two different versions sold, because that's not mentioned on the encyclopedia. That would be kind of important to note. Granted, I did not buy the one that was being sold by Frank O'Connor, which is one of the people who was working on 343 for like, and at Bungie for years and years. I should have assumed that was the correct one to buy. I have a simple question. If the Celestial single appearance in all the realities is taken singulator and linked to one singularity, why does the Versus Wiki have some of them out? Like, we're gonna die at this rate. We definitely don't have enough weapons to complete the objective. What is it? Finally. Oh, Halo Renegades. Yes. Finally. The novel that I wanted to read. And my teammates stopped dying. Someone made a map called Order 66, and it's an infection mode where you just play as an infected trying to fight the survivors in the Jedi Temple. Oh, that's so funny. Let me go back and see if I can answer your questions right now. Let's get a couple. Are you waiting for the Bleach anime to end before you do the Bleach video, Mangler? Are you talking about the commission that Red Desk did? Because no, that doesn't require the that doesn't require the bleach anime to end. I specifically have, and still typically did have, a problem with my water supply. And what the fucking hell? In the goddamn thing. Is that a skimmer? Sorry, that was just really strange. Oh, great, our respawns have been depleted. Well, this is not gonna be fun for us. Please stand there. Thank you. Oh. I had a water supply problem, so I was not really able to live comfortably as I wish, and to sort of get that fixed. It's still not fixed, but I've kind of adjusted to it now. I was sick with some seasonal fever nonsense, and I was also moving my dad and packing like stuff out of his apartment, which I basically finished. So probably starting like I'd say like this weekend, get back to doing like video scripts. Also, having to stream 2 times a week kind of like takes it out of me on those days. So I'm not able to work on it on what the fuck was that? I'm able to work on it on Fridays and Wednesdays. That and like every other weekend, I get pulled over to my dad's house and I can't really work on it over there. I don't know why it says Destiny 2 down in the description. I am definitely not playing a Destiny game. I am playing a Halo game. Straight up. Apparently, airdrop in hunters now. That's just beautiful. Totally prepared to deal with that. As a real question, can anybody be skilled spell building use some scans showing you can rip someone's teeth with mere punches? Probably not. Does ripping out people's teeth even, like, is Kelly the small building level?
Pluck from depths gaping more. You're not through yet. Enemies remain.
Okay, we just gotta get
Press the team up and we should be good.
Target spotted. This pleasant conversation will be our last. Explosives? In my installation? I really should reinforce those. I did not violate enough. Do be careful with that. 5 minutes remaining. I had corrected for that error. How is this possible? I am self-prepared. Thank you. I have choice but to end you. Here and now. You're not through yet. Not again! No more distractions then. Excellent. No more distractions. From depth gaping more. You can slow our progress, but you cannot halt. Not again! This recalibrated beam weapon is performing. I see headshots in your future. From depth gaping more. Reinforcement. enemy. Reinforcements. Watch that sword.
Yeah, but we did not kill them all in time. Apparently 1 ton is already 1,000 mutants, and destroy house require 10 tons, meaning ripping teeth requires 60 tons, and not even a wall probably is 3 levels. I'm pretty sure street level is higher than building level, whatever. In any event, I now have the Halo Renegades novel. I have the fake Tales from Slipspace, which I'm still going to read this regardless. Because why not? And I guess I have access to a comics version of that. I was using Comics Online to read the Superman comics, so it's pretty good for me. I'm just hoping I can get through all of the before fucking god damn, if my fucking water didn't get destroyed, I would have been done already. I would have been done with a lot of my projects. I would have been done with reading the novels that I was supposed to read.
Attrition.
Oh, by the way, oh, nice.
Exhaust the enemy team's lives to win.
The Breacher.
Target spotted. What a brilliant little team. Enemies remaining. In my sights. Enemies remain. Reinforcements.
Ooh, there's a lot of grenades over here, though. I was actually under the impression they were going to add Firefight later, but I think the reason why Firefight is in the game now is because they just wanted to put it into the game at the moment, and they were going to add a Firefight like playlist later, which was probably a wise decision, but it also resulted in pretty much the only Firefight games I'm getting in this customs game browser, which is still nice, but you know, I would prefer an actual playlist. Maybe just certain people's games, but some games I feel like the enemies have just been sitting there waiting for me to get. Well, the bird chieftain on top of the roof seems to be sitting there. Oh my god, they will literally use UNSC weaponry. That is so annoying.
Enemies remaining. Last enemy.
You can also read the Halo Encyclopedia online as well. I will read it, but I'll probably still get my hands on it so that I can have it and source it. I'll have to get the Tales of Slipspace stuff later. Fortunately, like, I have most of the Tales of Slipspace content. I don't really need the Dominion Splinter at the moment, but that was one of the main reasons I wanted to see her, because I finally wanted an answer for how she got to the domain, and I now have one.
Well,
I'm dead now. USB, CSP, and all wall fictionary street level 9C and wall level 9B range. Hold on, if we consider destroying like the entirety of the streets in a puzzle, they pretty sure that would be higher than being level. Yeah, because you're destroying all of the streets as opposed to just one. Then versus COD Zombies in Black Ops 3. Zen has not played that much of Black Ops 3, so I'm sure he would probably last as well as you thought he might. But I'm sure if he were to play Cold War, he'd probably last a long time. Still don't know why it says Destiny. Like, I'm not playing Destiny right now. I've never actually played Destiny 1.
Luck from deathscaping more.
Am I the last man standing? No. Time to carry. Me versus the 62 aliens. It is an even fight.
Damn.
How much longer till the stream ends? Probably whenever Zen gets back. I have heavy weapon Spartan. Yes. Serial will just refers to Street Fighter top level martial arts, not actually destroying the street. Destroying a city actually scales. Because there's no criteria on any wiki where destroying a street would actually scale. I'm pretty sure destroying a street would scale like comparable to destroying a ruin, probably. Or like a city block. Mexican bull run? What is this? Somebody made a battle royale mode for in the game. Oh boy, this is silly. Think sumo. This is silly. This right here, silly. Now there's silliness, and there's this. There's not silly things, and there's also this.
4 Spartans remaining. 3 Spartans remaining.
So I guess they took Mongoose Sumo, and they're like, what would happen if we played Sumo with nothing but Warthog? What are these psychos doing?
Showdown.
Oh my god. Then streaming again later tonight? Maybe. That reminds me of TF2 in a way. Oh, this is much crazier than TF2. More party games related. I'm gonna enjoy destroying these Tonka trunk players. They think that they understand how to drive a Warthog. I'll show them how to drive a Warthog.
Round 17.
What the hell?
Finish it.
No! Don't push me off! No. It is you who is going off. Alright.
5 Spartans remaining. 3 Spartans remaining.
Alright, let me see if I can just... Go! Go! Get him! No. My Warthog's in flames! No! Yes!
Showdown.
I am the Warthog champion.
Round 1.
They came up here to play a game of sumo. No, they came here to die.
Let's roll, shall we?
Oh, well.
We've got them on the run.
Long live my win streak, which was not actually that long. Oh, like 4 of them went off in that one thing.
4 Spartans remaining. Remaining.
Loser, yeah, I did. I experienced that thing we know as death. Ooh. Looks like my cards arrived. Hang on, I want to see these. Actually, you know, I'll see them later. Because I've deleted these individuals.
This time we mean it. 10 Spartans remaining.
No! This is my platform! Get lost. Uh-oh. Push him off! Push him off! Help me help you push him off. No! No! Ugh. I'm getting sandwiched. No! No! They're not gonna sandwich me! No! I can't move! No! Halo TF2 are pretty much the 2 only FPS games I actually play with people. What happens if you jump out of the water? If you jump out of the water, you just teleport you back into the water. But like, watch. Try to get out, teleports me back in. Down you go, buddy. No, 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 you're done! Down there. Only I am allowed on top. Well, this is my consequence for playing greedy. It seems I have retrieved all of my cards. Okay, I was about done with that game mode anyway. Is anybody back? Or no? Well, I'll just leave.
What's happening?
Running late. Oh, we coming late, folks. Well, these are some nice cards. I can really appreciate this. Also, anytime you guys have questions about whatever, I am right here, reminding you again for, the billionth time or whatever. It's only a broken record, but I am here to answer questions. The stream messed up again? No, I don't think so. I'm just kind of sitting here. These are some nice cards. I am quite pleased. Oh, yes. Imagine that within the next few days or so, I should have the rest of the cards for this deck. How fast can the Forerunners and the other factions cross their galaxy? The Forerunners can cross the typical galaxy in like less than a day. I want to say like a few hours. Well, okay. Technically, if we go by what's shown in Halo Wars 2 and most depictions of it, it's not a very long length of time. I think saying a few hours might be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's a few minutes. Like, they can cross the entire galaxy. They can cross galactic distances, at least with their Halo rings. The Halo rings, the arcs, and their big installations in, no time at all. Like, he went from, just to clarify, I think the Requiem, the Shield World Requiem is at one point in the galaxy, somewhere in the galaxy, not anywhere near Earth, by the way. Because for context, the actual Master Chief and what's his face, Master Chief and Cortana, when they were on the Ark at the end of Halo 3, the Ark was technically outside of the Milky Way galaxy. You could actually see it in the sky during the level of the Ark, and then they boarded the when they were fighting for the cartographer, and they boarded the actual Halo array at the end of the Halo 3 campaign, detonated it. They were still outside the Milky Way galaxy. and then they drifted in space somewhere for an unprecedented length of time until they ran into the shield world. So they're like on the edge of the galaxy, like very, very edge. If I had to be like conservative, they might actually be outside of it, because I think there are some Forerunner installations outside the galaxy. Because technically, there are Forerunner ancestors in the galaxy next to the Milky Way. I don't remember the name of it, but like the librarian actually went there in the Forerunner novels, and she finds their ancestors. So, whatever distance you can get from crossing the Milky Way galaxy in the span of like, anywhere from like a few minutes to like an hour or so, that's about how fast their galactic travel is. That's if they're using like a warship or like something with serious slip space technology, like the Ark, the one of the Halo arrays, the Shield worlds, one of the Didax like ships, the Composer, something like super, like not like a small pod. Like a small pod thing, I think takes a little bit longer, but it's not a measurable distance. They can also travel extragalactic distances, though that can take them like 50 years or so, because it's a much larger distance to travel the distance between galaxies than it is to travel across them. It's like, it's so significant that they were like, if we travel this distance in 2 jumps from the inside of the galaxy to the outside and then again, the trip will take us like 50 years, basically. It will be like 50 years there and back. And keep in mind, they could cross the entire galaxy in like less than a day, and they're convinced it's going to take them like literally tens of thousands of the length of time that it actually, depending on it might be a million times the length of time that it would take to cross to another galaxy. So it's very, 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 very high in the MFTL range. As far as other factions, humans can jump various like interstellar distances between like planets and between some solar systems, at least with their typical craft and their typical slip space rise. The Infinity can jump a significant distance across the galaxy, because the Infinity has reverse Forerunner tech. The Covenant can basically do almost the same thing that the Forerunner can do. Like, they're much closer to the Forerunners than humanity is, except for the Infinity. Infinity is far more advanced than any, like, traditional Covenant vessel, even in their super carriers. Is Multiverse Theory high multi or high hybrid? I don't think so. Many Worlds interpretation? No, as far as I understand, like, Many Worlds interpretation of Multiverse Theory has never really asserted that. I know that people come to that conclusion based on like what's presented in like Type 4, but like Type 3, I think, is where most presentations of Many Worlds interpretation stop. Like, it doesn't evolve beyond that point. I'll try and stream tonight. Well, if you could shut down this stream, that'd be great, because we don't have to stream anymore. I'm good to go. I actually have some things I gotta do. Things I want to do. I can sit here and answer questions, but it would be nice to end it all. Well, I have to read some Halo lore, some Warhammer lore. Gotta sleeve these cards, gotta do all this fun stuff. Do you believe Master Chief would get speed blitzed by any of the speed level characters in Marvel and DC? Probably some of them. Probably not all of them. Depends on the characters. Well, it's also like if you say speed blitz, you have to keep in mind versions of Master Chief have access to like Forerunner tech, which are literally just beams of light. So if you're not FTL or even relativistic, Master Chief's weapons are way faster than you could move anyway. Then he's a Spartan, so I'm pretty certain that he's probably going to be able to hit you before you can move. Because even if you're faster than what he can, like, well, if you're so fast he can't see you at all, like, it's like if you're only a couple times faster than him, he just has to hit you once. Like, he has to hit you one time, and that's it. And you're done. So it's like when his win con is like squeeze the trigger and aim in your general direction. I feel like certain matchups might not be the same. Because there are a lot of characters, 3-level characters in Marvel are like lightning speed. Some of them are light speed. A lot of them are bullet timers, and some of them are below bullet timers. So it really depends on what character you're talking about. The Forerunners pilot their ships, or is it only AI? The Forerunners do pilot their ships with and without AI. Their Ancillars do a lot of the work for them in general, but they're also intelligent enough to pilot their own ships. But they use Brahm, higher dimensional Brahm theory to actually figure out where that they're supposed to appear in slip space, and also how to fight enemy vessels in slip space and before they come out of slip space. I kid you not, they literally use higher dimensional fields of like science to determine probable outcomes for them to win battles. I don't know why they felt the need to research that much stuff about reality just to win a space battle, but apparently the Forerunners thought that was necessary. DVC's Electronics video about Dragon Ball possibly having many worlds interpretation by 3. That's not even like I don't know if I did, but like it's not even a possibly. It does. Trunks literally says that there are timelines where Goku lived and where timelines where Goku died, and that him coming back in time literally made a butterfly effect. Like that's the definition of many worlds interpretation. Anytime you have a multiverse that is changed by the outcomes or the decisions of an individual, you operate under many worlds interpretation of multiverse theory. That is to say, any decision or outcome or possibility is possible because it's based on the actions and the choices of things that people have and have not done. That is how quantum mechanics defines the means of the infinite possibilities of many worlds interpretation. So wouldn't the reaction time be MFTL since Master Chief can fight them? I don't think so necessarily, because they're not like when they're going through slip space, they're not really fighting anybody in, like they're not fighting anyone mid slip space. Also, that would make Master Chief like, I'm pretty sure that would make him like hundreds of millions to billions of times the speed of light or something like that. That would be like a little bit absurd. Basically, the only one who scales to is Janemba and is a non-canon movie character. That kind of depends on what we're talking in terms of continuity, because, well, I don't know if Heroes actually includes Janemba, but Fusion Reborn is canon to GT. So, along with several other movies, like technically the Bardock, the father of Goku, and I think like I don't know about the Garlic movie or I think the Dead Sun movie maybe, but the GT Perfect files specifically has like BSB actually did like a thread on this where they translated stuff from the GT Perfect files. The GT Perfect files guide confirms that the Fusion Reborn is in the GT timeline. It's also directly referenced in GT because Goku and Vegeta specifically point out the last time they fused, which a lot of people are like, well, that's referring to Vegito, but I think they specifically mentioned the dance, and the only time they did the dance at that point in the continuity was in Fusion Reborn. which is again referenced in the guide. So technically, Fusion Reborn is canon to GT. So whatever scaling you would give Janemba or any of the stuff that he does in Fusion Reborn would also scale to GT. I know it's absurd, but wouldn't it be an interesting side effect of scaling for sheep? Since the 400 pilots, their ships on their own? No, because I disagree with the idea that like piloting a ship in outer space and moving it with response to light speed stuff like really makes you that fast. Because the problem is that your eyeballs are moving in. Well, first of all, like your eyeballs, as well as like a ship in general, is designed to move to accommodate for the fact that the pilot isn't as fast as themselves. Well, you're technically correct in the sense that, like, yeah, if I have a laser being fired at me, even if my craft is capable of avoiding this laser, I need to be able to perceive it. This is true, but someone who is, like, in the vacuum of space typically doesn't have to, like, especially if you assume they're already FTL, they don't necessarily have to be as fast as the actual object in question to react to it, because it's a significant distance away. They're usually aim dodging, and they're also in a craft that is designed to make highly strategic and accelerated maneuvers. They're also not moving their entire body, they're just moving their hands on a console. So saying that they like, oh, I can react to this person in space means like they would somehow be AMFTL is not necessarily true. So I don't think, like, even if Master Chief was fighting someone in slip space, unless he's just literally physically jumping across the galaxy inside of slip space, I don't think you're going to be able to give him the deal. I don't know if that would even make sense as, like, a side effect either, because technically even the foreigners don't get that. I mean, there are like, most Spartans, at least the Spartans 2s, especially with Mark 6s and armors, are bullet timers, I believe. But like, I don't think they go beyond that. I mean, they have weapons that go way beyond the speed of bullets. Melinda's Nordfang is confirmed to basically break the sound barrier, so when it actually fires, you can't hear it until like a second afterwards. And then obviously, like, all Forerunner hardlight weapons fire, like, literal light at you. And beams of light. Well, actually, not all of them fire beams of light, but they all fire, like, hard light. Some of which are in condensed beams, some of which are just tracking light projectiles. The Nordfang gun is canon to lore? Yes. Nordfang... The Nordfang is Linda's canonical rifle. At least as of Shadows of Reach. So in Shadows of Reach, they specifically label her gun and name it Nordfang. It's labeled that in the Halo 5 like requisitions as well. Like if you go into the Halo 5's actual like requisitions for all of its weapons, they give official descriptions for a bunch of different weapons. And Linda's rifle is called Nordfang. And in the book, it specifically mentions that when she fires it, there is no sound because it's consistently referred to as a hypersonic weapon. And that when she fires it, moments afterwards, since it breaks the sound barrier, you hear the crack of the rifle. So it's not it's very consistent. It's certainly not like just a gameplay mechanic. Her rifle is canon. It's also like the most powerful sniper rifle I think ever produced by the UNSC. I don't have like a statement for that. I'm just kind of assuming that because like it's listed as like a legendary grade sniper rifle in the game. No other sniper rifle is rated as high as Linda's is. Not to mention hers is like heavily modified by her. So I would assume it's way stronger than your regular sniper rifle. And I believe there are statements that she has anti-material rounds in some of her things, so she can actually rip through banshees with her sniper rifle rounds. In Halo 5 multiplayer, the Northing's a one-shot kill weapon. I wouldn't be surprised, because in Shadows of Reach, she can snipe a Banshee in half. It's basically an anti-air gun that will also kill any infantry unit in like one hit. It's basically said about the Kaish in the future of born, the Geneva's evil. Energy was spreading across infinite timelines, and they can also manifest in your physical form of the unit. Or falls under, hence the scaling. Does he actually state that? That the dubbed or the subbed? Or is that from the video game? I mean, I would look forward to scaling GT again, because GT was by far like my favorite portion of like the Z sequels between like Heroes, Super, and whatnot. So, you know, anything that's for GT, I'm obviously gonna support that. Well, maybe not so much. Everyone falls into hints. No two scaling. Well, it's in Shin Budokai 2. No, it's actually the first one. Oh, it's in a video game? I wouldn't feel as comfortable using that then. That would probably just be in the video game continuity. I mean, granted, if GT is in Shin Budokai, then, like, technically the GT characters in Shin Budokai would scale to that then. I mean, a lot of the specific versions of, like, video game characters like Xenoverse and some of the Budokai games from what I've seen, as well as stuff from, like, Heroes, like, there's a lot of Tier 2 stuff from those games. I still have to find that one statement from the Ferrets trilogy, because I believe there's a statement in the Halo continuity, specifically from like, I think it's from Fred. Well, it's not a statement from Fred. It's from Fred's perception, because he's describing what he's seeing, and he's literally seeing. I think he's on a shield world or something. Like I saw it linked from like VSP, and I'll go see it for myself when I read through the Ferrets. But it's basically a statement where he's describing the destruction and the birth of a universe itself, and it's something that's directly tied to a Forerunner piece of technology that he's looking at. And I'm just like, wow, that sounds exactly like what the librarian described the Shield worlds to do in the Forerunner trilogy. That's pretty consistent. Because there's a direct statement in the Forerunner trilogy of books, specifically in Silentium. They're like the very, very ends, where the librarian basically claims that the Shield worlds are powered by the abortion of a countless number of universes in the infinity of possible universes. Like, she specifically confirms there is an infinite number of different universes that exist, and that the Shield worlds are powered by the energy of aborting the creation of universes. So, like, something that, like, is literally made from the energy of the destruction of, like, countless Big Bangs across the Halo multiverse. And that energy is used to make the Shield worlds like the Requiem one that you see in Halo 4, or like the Shield world that you see in Halo Wars. Yeah, they literally use a multiversal amount of like energy to power those things. And also the precursors. How is that possible? How is what possible? Oh, here it is. This is a statement. Oh yeah, they also have enough rare earth metals, essential components like hydrogen, deuterium, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, silicon, aluminum, nickel, iron, and rare earths to last for millions of years. That is like celestial level shit right there. Okay, let me read this. As the reflective orbs rotate beneath my ship, I see also the outstretched feather-like plumes of vacuum energy pylons, drawing into the potential of an infinity of alternate realities, aborting untold amounts of nascent universes to supply Requiem's power. Basically, to be nascent is essentially to not like really exist, but like that is basically like there's another statement in the Escalation novel where Jul Mandam is basically criticizing the Forerunners because he's going on what he thinks is a wild goose chase to secure Forerunner technology. And he's just like, he's talking to Halsey, he's like, well, I don't understand why the Forerunners would make us go and do this. Like, if they were really this great, they should understand that, like, there's no point in, like, leading people in a wild goose chase, basically. And, what does Halsey tell him? Because Halsey tells him something very, very specific. He says, if the Forerunners were so desperately wanted us to know their secrets, why keep them at the center of some treacherous labyrinth? These are either absurd games, or as I've always suspected, these supposed gods have no idea what they were doing. And Halsey's like, well, you resent speaking of the gods, Foreigners as gods, and that's fine. I myself find the concept of gods dangerous and primitive. But your politics require that you sink to that level. You're a rare pragmatist among your species, Jewel. And as such, you should recognize that for all practical purposes, the Forerunners are gods. You've seen enough of their technology to know it's true. The artifacts we've encountered so far barely scratch the surface of what we'll discover once we're inside the record. Machines of unimaginable magnitude, capable of not only worlds, but capable of destroying and creating not only worlds, but entire universes, reshaping our concept of biology itself. When you're at the controls, you'll be the one seeing as a god, and then it won't be such a bad thing. So even Halsey has gotten access to the technology, and she also confirms, they can obliterate universes. Based on her statement, it's possible they can even create a universe. It's a lot. I mean that is a lot, and I know it's weird to think that like the multiversal feats that they produce are just managed to power the Shield worlds. But I mean, it's not really relevant to the broader story of Halo. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you ever want to ask about the Halo multiverse, some of the Halo multiverse is being destroyed by the Forerunners to power their Shield worlds, just because they can. It's not even like not even that important. Now, granted, they don't destroy any universe that I think has like people in it, because they're aborting universes that have just like at their beginning when they're having their big bangs. So let's say we get many worlds interpretation scaling too. So at least the Shin Budokai version of Genoa. Put against Dante, who would win? The combat feats and hacks are close to the version. I'm pretty sure he would still lose. I mean, he still got killed by the Soul Punisher, and being 2A is not going to allow you to beat Dante. Like, his lowest possible interpretation, you'd need like 60 scaling to fight Dante, along with like 100 other conditions. But like, that's if we both put them at 2A, like. Janemba doesn't really bring anything to the table other than like dimensional manipulation and like basically like I mean just the ability to like teleport across dimensions and like be a bar himself, use like evil abilities and a bunch of like traditional energy projectiles. He does a Duraneg, which is cool, but like his Duraneg just cuts through like the dimensions he's currently in. And I'm gonna be honest, like that's basically like a Diet Yamato. So his best abilities are just abilities that Dante has dealt with for decades of his life. I mean, for Dragon Ball, Janemba has pretty good abilities. But that's Dragon Ball. There's a reason why, at least on Versus Battle Wiki, that they have the saying that, like, Dragon Ball Heroes is like the weakest 2A. It's because even though it's Dragon Ball Heroes and it does give a lot better abilities to Dragon Ball characters, the fact is that most 2A characters have really, really, really good habits. Like, I may be able to argue that the Forerunners as a race might have better or even comparable abilities to the Dragon Ball Heroes versions of characters. And most of the Forerunners are just, like, vaguely superhuman, like, stronger than superhumans. They just have the ability to destroy a universe. That says the best ability, the person with the best abilities are Boo or 21. Boo potentially, but Boo's not really like competent in using his stuff. At least not until Super, but even then, like I don't think he actually did anything with it. Gonna turn on my batteries. 21, I can sort of understand that, because 21 can just keep copying people's... Well, actually, probably not 21, because 21 can only copy and use the power of the last person that he has.
Mangler, the stream mess up again?
What?
Did the stream mess up again?
No! I just turned off my controller.
Oh, okay, good. Well, last time I was fucking here, I didn't see any gameplay going on, so I thought the stream messed up again.
Well, I was trying to end the stream, but like you weren't here, so I couldn't end it.
You can message me and I can end it on my phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's time to end it.
Alright, sounds good.
Congratulations.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was held up a lot longer than I was expecting. There's construction going on throughout town, and fucking traffic was a pain in my ass.
Yes. It seems like you were held up by something.
Yeah, next time just message me and I can probably just turn off my phone over here. I should have access to do that.
You have his phone number? No, I have his Discord, but he can access Discord through his phone, so it's basically like having his phone number. Don't you call Discord on your phone? It's the same thing.
Yeah, guys, there's no scandalous behind the scenes here.
Well, I don't mean competence with most of the abilities he actually has. Well, I don't think 21 are from DBZ Fighters. Oh, I was thinking of what's his face, the guy from the Moro. I don't remember 21. Never mind. My mistake, Rocket House. I was thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, alright, hang on. Let me finish washing my hands. I'll go turn it off.
I finally have Halo Renegades. Finally.
So, next time just message me, and I should be able to end the stream online. If not, I'll test it out later, see if I can do that. In case you didn't see the message, Red Dusk, because you asked, I can do a stream later today, at night. I don't know if the boys will be joining me. If they do, duty. If they don't, I'm gonna try a new horror incest cannibal game I bought. It is not as bad as it sounds, but yes, since it's October, I figured a horror-based game might be a little thematically relevant. Fun times.
Oh, so we're not getting our freaking like, you know, Friday night, whatever the Friday the 13th game or whatever, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre horror game. We're not getting that, really.
We're not
Trash.
getting that.
0 out of 10 quality.
Do you play as the cannibal? You'll find out. It's not real. You'll find out when I play it later. It's a pretty popular game right now. I saw someone else playing it. Looked fun. Thought I'd give it a shot. All right, so you're done, Mangler. So then, any last thoughts before I end the stream?
No, my thoughts have been last. Oh, wait. One thing. For future context, Rock and Alice, whenever you have something that you need to send either one of us for the stream, just send it in the scroll down in the Discord and send it in that channel. What's it called? Hang on a sec.
Stream
Send
chat?
it in. Yeah, send it in voice chat stream text. Yeah, just send it down there, and that lets me know that I'll get it. Because in general, I just generally like to leave general block. But thank you.
All right.
Hold on. Yes.
All right. Sounds good. Okay.
Goodbye.
So
Goodbye, Jeremy.
there will not be a stream tomorrow from me, so I'll try and stream today because I do want to work on the other videos I have planned. So with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys later today.